Hello everybody, hope you're good. Thank you for coming in. Slightly later than planned. I've had my feet up. More about that in a minute. I'm pretty knackered actually. It's been quite a long week. I didn't even do the long bit. Nice Sunday stream, welcome back. Hypervariant, hope you're good. Thank you for coming in. Good time, yes. Hi Jambon. Hello everyone as well. There's lots of names in. Hello all. Hello Backer, Twisted, Stephen Crow, Todd Lancaster. There you go. I just picked 4 random names. It was good. It was good. It was quite a long week, and I backed out of one of the trips kind of midway through the trip as well. But nonetheless, it's still quite a long week.
Had a great time in Prague. Glad
Didn't
to
see you in those Tizzy pics. Yeah. Well, I went on the Tizzy trip red line, but I got to about 2 o'clock and decided that another 6 hours of walking with hardly any water in full sun probably wasn't for me. I gave up. I only walked 16 and a half kilometers I walked that day. I backed out.
Welcome back, Big Papa.
There was a slight mistake made on the bus that we caught, I think, and also on the longevity of the walks. It was a bit more of it's only 15 minutes, and it was 90 minutes. It's a 15-minute walk. It's 90 minutes uphill both ways. Adam, thank you very much for the support. Nathan, Yakety, Turd Burglar, thank you as well. Spudder, Erister, thank you. Saniopi, Q-Tip, cheers for the support too.
Yo.
Thank you all of you guys.
Hello. Glad to see you back. Hope the trip was awesome. TRMZ love.
I actually did loads and loads of walking every day, but what I didn't want to do was do like the longest effective day of walking I've likely ever done ever.
Is on Spotify.
On the day when I'd been drinking heavily for 3 days on the run up to it, like it just had a bit of a I'm gonna James Gandolfini myself here if I'm not careful. Like I'm drinking more than I normally do. I'm having like sort of unhealthy time, and now I'm gonna go and try and walk like fucking 30 kilometers. Yeah, sorry guys, there you go. I've got it sorted. Sorry, you're not missing anything. I'm only suiciding. Oh, that's Electro. I don't know how I'm up here. I'm the wrong character, so I need to suicide. So yeah, you're not missing a lot. Glad you went. Was it worth it? Any top secret? I'll answer those 3 questions separately. Glad you went. Absolutely. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. It was great to meet more different people this time as well. It was really good. Was it worth it? It's basically the same question, but yeah, absolutely. It was definitely worth it. Any top secret info? I could tell you, but then I'd have to kill me. Who were you drinking with? Everybody. Everyone that was there was out. Like, most people were having a few drinks. I've got to be honest, I was more of a relaxed one, though. Like, on the first day, I had quite a lot to drink, but I got back about midnight. Some of the younger ones, like Sour, was out to, like, 4 a.m. with Trey and Gibbon. I was kind of being a bit more reserved, if I'm honest. But I still drank plenty. I was drinking quite a lot. I just... I didn't really want to be getting up at 4 a.m. Like on the first day, free day, some of the other guys were still in bed until like 2 or 3 p.m. Whereas we were up and in Prague and on pedlos and shit and going around like doing all sorts, So I actually wanted to make use of the day, not just like stay in bed till like 4 p.m. because I'd got to sleep at 5 a.m. Hi Swiss. No head injuries. No, I have got an injury though, so yeah, I can report. That's why I'm a little bit late. I had to go to an NHS, not an NHS, I had to go to an out-of-hours doctor's surgery last night and get antibiotics for an infected insect bite. So on the long day where they went to Tissy and I backed out halfway through, in the morning I got bit a couple of times by something and it didn't really go so well. Like, it was absolutely on fire in the evening. And then after flying back and then yesterday, like not half my leg, but quite a bit of my leg was going red. Like it's actually infected. So I'm on antibiotics, fluoxetine or something. I'm on antibiotics for an infected insect bite, which is great news. I feel a little bit groggy as a result. I'm a little bit I was getting a bit of a temperature last night. Drove over to the doctor's. I was running a bit of a temperature and feeling a bit like if I hadn't got antibiotics, it would have been much worse, let's say. But I think I'm going to.
Welcome back. Hope you had a great time. What's this about Twitch not wanting streamers to mention other platforms you stream to?
Yeah, I did tweet about that. That's been in the rules the whole time. Sorry, I'll catch up with the other alerts in a second. But so there's some rules on the multi-streaming where you're not allowed to do certain things. Like you're not allowed to display the chat and combine the chats across both streams. So you're not allowed to have like a chat on screen which shows YouTube chat and Twitch chat. And strictly speaking, you're not meant to have alerts, or at least you're not meant to have alerts that differentiate between the two and whatnot. My alerts are the same alerts for both, I think. And I think that's okay. Anyway, yeah, they're kind of strict on it. Basically, they want you to multi-stream, but just stream like you're streaming to Twitch, which nobody does. I think they're trying to shut Pandora's box after it's already been opened. If I'm honest. Hi, Ariana. Hope you're good. 73 Cuda. Thank you. Scott Cageman, Miss Lynn, Taste Like Poik, Victor Spoils, Fretless, Source Gaming, Jay Chaplin, thank you. Moose Beans as well, Gran Turismo, thank you. Petra, thank you for the gifted memberships. Bash Brain, Evo Knievel, Braids, Adam, Kangman,
Welcome
bullshit,
back,
Kangman.
Thanks again.
That's not the right one, but anyway, thank you.
You've changed my outlook on this streaming malarkey and you've made me take it a bit more seriously. I owe you a lot, dude. Thanks again.
Scooter Go, dude, GG. It was a fun run the other day. Yeah, that was cool. I think you were in. Well, I know you were in yesterday's video because I watched it before I released it. So I stuck your Twitch link in the video description. Because whenever I meet a new streamer, I always try to keep them down and not help them grow. You know, that's my way. So yeah, I hope it's going well.
Happy 29. Thoughts on ish?
How was Prague? Paul, did the devs treat you as any tidbits to give you on the new content? Stone, I'm not going to be able to talk about anything new just yet. So yeah, there's nothing to report about the game. Thoughts on Ish? He was cool. He's a good guy. He bought me an old-fashioned. What's not to like? It was okay. I don't really know. It tasted a little bit twangy, a bit like I can't quite place what. It had sort of a bit of a. A bit like some kind of popping candy kind of flavour, but not. A little bit similar to that. It was okay though.
Been a boring week. Hope the getaway was good, but back to the grind now.
Yeah, I nearly took today off. In fact, I nearly took today off about 5 minutes before I decided to start the stream, if I'm honest. I nearly did. So no, I didn't talk to Whackgatter about the Shortish stream, Redline. I made up my own mind. I'm meant to be keeping my leg up. And what I've done this morning so far is go out for a walk and then go and do some food shopping. And then I had my leg up for about half an hour. So I've not been doing very well with that. So sitting with my feet below a desk for like 6 hours seems like not the smartest. What's the best part of your trip besides the new stuff from DayZ? I think meeting everyone was the number one. Like, there's lots more people went this year. It was very, very cool from that regard, meeting everyone. Meeting the devs. I did bring up the spawn system. They're not going to change the spawn system, I don't think. I don't think. They certainly know what I think, but I definitely got across my thoughts on that more, and much to the dismay of everybody else, I think. It was great. Like, we actually got to see more of Prague this time. Even went on like a pedalo on the river, like by the the main the Charles Bridge. You know, like it was kind of cool. How's the health goals going post-trip? Stephen, well, they completely fell off in the last couple of weeks on the run-up to the trip. I started having a few drinks again, and they just fell off, and likewise.
Are you always injured when you go on trips? Glad you are back.
Seems that way, yeah. There's a guy there. It seems I am always injured when I go on trips. Right, I'm just going to bypass him, and we'll go somewhere else. I've got honey. We're kind of good to just vamos, I think. But yeah, no, it was good. I enjoyed the trip. I enjoyed the days in Prague. I enjoyed seeing stuff. When I welched out of the Tissy trip, that's a long story, but I'll tell it once a bit later. But anyway, it started out like it was going to be a relatively simple thing, and then after about 4 hours of being on the trip, we hadn't really started the trip, and also we'd done more walking than the trip probably needed. And at that point, I thought no, and I went back and chilled out for a little bit, and then I went for a walk around Prague on my own, walked up to the Prague Castle, and so I did plenty of walking, but just not in full sun with not enough water, you know. was the bit that was kind of critical for me in not dying, I think. What do I think about Liverpool signings? I'm really excited about Verts. I hope they get Kerkez, because I think Kerkez looks like a really good player as well. But I don't know a great deal about Frimpong, but I'm very excited about Verts. It's a really big deal, I think.
Welcome
yeah, back. Ariana, I was looking. I think Trey had done 32,000 steps when we were sitting in the bar in the evening. It was Trey or Gibbon, one or the other, had done 32,000 steps, but I'd done 24,000. And I didn't even go to Tissy, you know, so I'd still done crazy large amount of steps on the same day, you know, but it was more the lack of shade and not enough water that combined with the steps, which were not my, yeah. Prague is great. I enjoyed seeing more of Prague. It was really good. Cheers, Prishka, BQ, Twisted, Hawk, hello, hope you're all good. I am always injured, yeah, it seems to be a thing. Roach, cheers for the support. Thank you for the super chat. Cheers for tuning in again, dude. Cobby, Scooter, and 73 Cuda. Thank you. What beer did I drink? I drank a lot of beer. I seem to get away with the gluten more with their beer. I don't know why. I don't know whether their beer is just lower gluten content. Like, I had Staropramen, Pilsner, Urquell, and Kozel. Whatever the bars were having, my least favourite is Pilsner Urquell. I like the others better than that. But anyway, yeah, I had quite a lot of beers. Like on the first day, I probably had, I don't know, 10 or more, but quite a few, and didn't seem to have any ill effects. I was taking my gluteolytic tablets or whatever, but nonetheless, I couldn't do that when I went to Gran Canaria. They must just be like lower in. I don't know, something's in it that works. But no, it's good. I think my favourite of the lager style ones is probably Staropramen, I think. But the Kozel dark and light beer were great. I like the dark one. That was really good. Burrito, I actually went in the evening, so the castle itself was closed. I walked around the cathedral, basically, so I walked up those, like, 200-odd steps. After a really long day of walking, I really enjoyed those steps, I ain't gonna lie, but I walked up the steps and then walked basically around the cathedral, and that's kind of all I did, because it was closed when I got there. What can you say about the new Badlands DLC? I didn't use that name, you did. And what can I say about it?
21 months
let's go to this town.
16-month streak. I'm pretty dedicated to this channel. Continue having my prime sub running man.
9, thank you. Cheers for the support.
Glad you're back, fam. Can't wait for the NDA to lift. No broken legs.
Czech beer is low carbonated and has a lower gluten index. Is that the case, Grakowski? Well, that certainly shows. I think the carbonation is. I just can't get used to how they serve the beer over there. Right? You get like a big tankard, and the top 2-3 inches of it is all foam, and it's by design because it's so that you don't get the. It's so that you drink the beer and then it's not as fizzy, you know. Like you said, it's less carbonated, but it's all in the head as well. The actual beer is not so fizzy, and it's intentionally that way. And I think in the UK we don't have any head on a lager or whatever if you get one. But we're probably burping till the cows come home, you know. Like it's that way, but it just feels like you're being like robbed of like half of your pint because you get this pint glass. And the top third of it is fucking foam. It seems insane, but the price makes up for it, I suppose. When are you allowed to talk about things that I assume you're not allowed to talk about? Well, I don't know if anyone else has been saying when we're allowed to talk about things or not, but if I'm honest, I think that date is not exactly set in stone, so I don't think it'll be a million miles away, but I'm not going to set any headline on it because I have a funny feeling that date could potentially change. So we shall see. I have the feeling that you're a bit sceptical about the new DLC. Is that correct? You're never going to make me talk, dude. You can get your light out. You can tie me up. You can start sticking things in my anus, but I'm not going to give you any inflection or any opinion, or anything at all, other than ooh, deeper, harder, faster. That's all you're going to get, dude. You ain't going to get anything. Silent Joe, thank you for the 24 months. Rotting Old Fish, thank you very much too. Karu, thank you as well. Cheers, dude. Thank you. I can't believe Yorkshire Tea are going to be making iced tea. I think it's a heresy. I think it's a disgrace. I think they should be ashamed of themselves.
Welcome back, Paul.
They're chasing the almighty pound note rather than... Whoa!
Hello?
Hello?
I'm just glad you made
Hello?
it back safe. We all missed you, brother.
Hello?
Do you hear me?
I do now, yeah. Hello, you alright?
Okay.
Yeah, I'll leave you to it. Good luck.
Good luck.
Oh, he's got a mic. All is well.
Welcome back.
All is well with the world. Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like they should stick to what they're good at, and that's making proper tea. They're English people. None of this iced tea for foreigners and cosmopolitan UKers. No, no, no. Tea. It's the way it should be. I'm sure it'll be lovely. I'm going to try and convert Maggie to Yorkshire tea, obviously. She likes Lipton at the moment. Right, I think we're going to ditch here as well. I already ran away from this to try and get away from this dude, and he's still here. He's still on my case. Bastard. Alright, let's go this way. I grabbed myself the new Super Rare Marksman scope this morning. It's pretty tasty. It is a good scope, especially on the SV... well, let me say the game name. The VS89 or the DMR. It's cracking on both of those. Herdish schooled you in Polish. Did definitely not school me in Pool, and he knows that damn too well. HB did beat me fair and square. I have no excuses other than I couldn't see and he was better than I was. Yeah, there's no point looting there. There really isn't enough loot for me and him, so we might as well just try and get somewhere else. That was everyone great. It was really good to meet like a big bunch of different streamers, like meet people I wouldn't normally meet, like Gibbon and Trey and everybody that was there, you know. It was kind of cool. Ultimoid, dude, thank you for the 74 months. Hope you're good. There's a groggy bars on me. I actually feel a bit groggy. I ain't gonna lie. Feel a bit shy. I did meet Sour. Yeah, I met Sour. He's a good dude. He's got a lot of stamina, Sour. He's like a walking, drinking, going out machine. He is. I think he's like the Energizer Bunny or something. It might just be that he's 23, right? But he's like wherever we're going, he's walking in front. He's staying out the latest. he's a good dude. Mr. Doodoo Head, Zesty Roma, Craig, thank you very much as well. Silent Joe and Rotting Old Fish, thank you. I feel like I broke a hip. Yeah, the Tissy trip day was quite a day. So we were meeting to get the tram, to get a bus, to get to somewhere near a different armour office, and then walking from the different armour office to Tissy, like the real world Tissy military base. And we set off at 10 a.m. and after a hell of a lot of expeditioning and an awful lot of walking in fields in full sun on a really quite a warm day, it was like 2 o'clock and we hadn't even set off to go to Tissy yet. It was just really long. Like, I'd taken 3 bottles of water. Like, I think I had just over 2 litres of water with me.
Who was your favourite?
I drank 2. And then we were about to set off on some kind of 6 to 8 hour trip with no possibility of any further water. And I was just like, I don't think so. So I got the bus home and then I walked around Prague on my own.
Your content has provided some respite, escape from IRL.
You really did make the right decision. Man. Yeah, I could tell that.
Thank you.
I could tell that from the tone of what was coming through in the group chat changing as time went on. I'm gutted I missed Tissy, but I'd much rather go in a way that doesn't involve walking like 16 miles. Silent Snooper, I'm really sorry to hear about your mum, dude. I hope everything goes as well as it possibly can for her and your family, dude. Sucks to hear. Thank you for the resub. All the best with your family, dude. Grandma's, thank you for the 4-month inning. Awkward. Mike, thank you as well. Is it not possible to drive there? Yes. Here's the tricky thing though, right? The devs couldn't put on an official trip because going into Tissy military base is illegal in Chechnya, right? So they can't organise an event. So we had to get there on public transport. They couldn't like hire a minibus or put on like an official event to go there because it's not legal. And if they did, they'd be holding us. They'd be held account effectively. So we all had to go in private transport and go make our own way there, so that it was our own choice to go, right? We hear you're all a good-looking bunch and they're surprised by how many of you chose not to use a camera. Well, I'm an ugly fat wanker. No, I didn't really want to do any vlogging or anything. That's not really my thing. I did see the Longhorn, actually. I should have took it. I just saw it and then ignored it. I don't know why I did, but yeah, you're right. There was a Longhorn there and I didn't take it. Just like... I don't know, autopilot made me just leave it. Suville, yeah, how you doing? I hope you're good. It did suck there because there was meant to be like quite a lot of devs going out on the Thursday night, but the trip, like, we were meant to be out on the evening and they didn't get back to Prague till like gone 9 p.m, you know, like, and they were all shattered. They were all absolutely fucked. They were like dying on their feet. Some of them didn't even eat. I think they just went back to the hotel room and crawled into bed. I don't think they weren't even like, they wouldn't have had much other than a cereal bar to eat all day, and I think they maybe got like a McDonald's and ate in the bed in the hotel room, and if they were lucky, you know. It was a long day. It was a really long day. I don't understand. It's closed. Well, it's fenced around. It's meant to be not accessible, right? It's privately owned. It's like a former Soviet military base, but it's not open to the public even still. So it's like got fencing around it, and you're not meant to go there. But all the locals do. People even like walk their dogs there and stuff, right? But like, there's normally like a hole in the fence that you can get through, and then somebody will board it up and try to prohibit you from getting back in and whatnot. But if it's different to go there and just walk around, but it's another thing if you're a company to put on an official event to go there. You know, that's a different thing, isn't it? You know, that makes it like you're happily doing it and encouraging people to do it, and probably you're culpable for it, you know. Like, it happens all the time everywhere, right? You have somewhere that's not open to the public, but people get in and, like, maybe like a derelict building and then make a fire and, like, camp for the night and stuff. It's not necessarily that big of a deal, but you wouldn't get people organising events doing it, would you? Apparently there is somebody that kind of walks around like a security bod as well, like an NPC that walks around as well, but I don't think they saw anyone. I crawled under the fence while everyone else hopped over. Yeah, I never asked about the access. On account of the fact that it didn't matter in the end. I'm sure I'd have probably crawled under the fence as well, Ariana, no bother. Backer, well, I think with it being Tissy military base and the way it kind of looks just from the pictures, it would feel a bit like that, you know. Heard you scream change the spawn system, is that true? I don't know if I screamed it, but I definitely brought it up more times than I should. I'm sure they were bored of it, but I'm not going to stop banging that particular drum, I'm afraid to say. Mick, thank you very much for the 24 months. Derivative, thank you for the 44. Coach Zed, thank you for gifting Suville the sub. I hope Rusthaven was good, dude. It certainly the pictures that were coming back look amazing. It looks great. Looks absolutely not like the sort of thing for moody old fuckers like me, but it still looks great. Did I smash any infinity decanters? I did not. However, I did have 3 double 4 roses and regret every single one. They weren't great.
Well, dude.
The price was pretty good, but you could taste the savings. I think it was the same bottle that you sent me, Redline. It looked the same. It wasn't yellow. Can you tell us a date when you can actually tell us anything? I don't think I can, no. I wouldn't be surprised if that date changed as well, so it probably better not to. I don't think it'll be a million miles away, let's just say that. Sooner than you think. The weather was great in Prague. It was really good. It was hot when you were on a pedalo on the river. My word, did that. We all got pedalos and we were queuing up and I was standing with Ish, HB and Joito. I was like, we were all like, shall we go on there? I was like, all right then, me and Ish will pedal if you like. Because the pedalos only had pedals at the back. And we sat in it and it was really fucking all over the place trying to get in it. But I got in it and then the pedals were like kind of rusty and barely turned. And I don't know, I did about 5 turns of the pedals and I was like, at this moment I knew I'd fucked up. It was way harder than I was expecting. I still did it, but it was way harder than I was expecting. A bunch of people gave the date. So there you go. I don't even know if we're meant to be giving the date. I'm not convinced we are, but I'm nonetheless, I don't think it's a big secret. However, the person that's responsible for all of that has been away doing all this camping stuff and likely doesn't get home until tomorrow. Maybe later today, possibly. But nonetheless, I still would think there might be a bit of fluidity to that date right now. Based on anything that's ever done, it's never a good idea to pin your colours to a mast on a release of something, or an announcement, sorry, of something. Any new watches? No, I was too fucked. I did briefly look on the last day. There's some really good watch shops in Prague. Like, in the bit near the Old Town Square, there's like really high-end stuff like AP and Patek Philippe, and then they've got this shop called Carillium that does like Zenith and JLC and loads of other good brands, and there's a Tudor store and an Amiga boutique and whatnot. But honestly, I looked in the windows for about 10 seconds. I just couldn't be bothered.
I'm glad you had a good time.
Do I want to go that way? I think I'm going to go this way. Well, Wobo pretty much gave us some info on the new shit. Redhead, that's all speculation in his video. Now, I'm obviously not going to say whether it's right or whether it's wrong, but he's taken a he's taken the name being copyrighted or trademarked, and then used the trailer to run with a prediction about it being Takistan. I think was I've seen his video. Now, I'm not going to say whether it's right or it's not, but it is all predictionary. You know, like. Much like in the past where he's made a video saying that we're getting underground bunkers at the airfield, and we didn't get any underground bunkers at the airfield, you know, like saying confidently what you expect might happen is not the same as revealing all the info, is it? It's a good video though, and incredibly well timed as well. He had that like out the afternoon where we were getting the announcement, you know. It's almost like Wobo knows what he's doing. Last time I'll ask, are you out of pocket on the trip? FPS, yeah, spent money, yeah. I'm taking time off from streaming, obviously. If you're self-employed and you take time off, you're effectively losing money.
Died
but
last week and my mother
yeah,
found
we mostly paid for our own stuff. It wasn't like everything paid for on Bohemia. Like, I think, like, even on the day where they gave us a presentation, we went out for an evening meal and we all paid for our own stuff, you know. It wasn't all on the company. They're quite careful with the pennies at Bohemia, dude. So yeah, everyone paid for their own drinks, and don't get me wrong, Bohemia did do some stuff, but evening meals, most of the drinks were paid for by us.
TRMZ Lab, TRMZ Lab.
It's always 0.5 of a litre and foam. Rec, there is a line on the glass, but you can have 5 beers poured, and one looks like it's half and half foam, and one looks like it's 60% beer and 40% foam. One looks like it's 70% beer and 30% foam. Maybe they all settle if you wait long enough, but they don't all look the same. As they're poured, they don't look the same in the slightest. So, I don't know. I still like the beer there. I like the beer there more than most other places. Well, that went surprisingly well. Only had one shot, one opportunity.
Thanks for streaming today.
And it very, very nearly didn't. If I'm not going to lie, I was close to not streaming today. I'm glad I have for now. I might feel differently later. I need the pistola. Need the bottle. Yeah. I need that. Let's just drop that for now. Did I buy any souvenirs? No, I had a look round. I had a look round to see if I could get anything for the kids and whatnot, but it was like a rubber duck or not much, you know. Like I'm just gonna wait and get something meaningful. Like most of the shops in Prague they're all like the same touristy junk that you get everywhere. I'm sure some of it's great, but a lot of it is like garnet and then weed shops, you know. You can eat the unknown food, JT. You can still eat it. Just have to be slightly more careful than before. So, one of my kids went to see Peter Kay on Friday. Like, she's just doing her GCSEs, and like, unfortunately, I missed out on going. So I had tickets for me and her to go and see Peter Kay at the O2 in Wembley on Friday. Not for like a birthday or a Christmas present, just for like, oh, you've done your GCSEs, oh, well done, or whatever. Like well done for finishing them or whatever. But I couldn't go, so she went with her mum. But I kind of felt like buying her something while I was away, and then I don't know. So I decided against. I don't think they needed any I was looking at some of the like the garnet stuff. Her birthday's in January, and it's a birthstone. But the only thing I could have got her was a ring, and a ring's no good because I didn't know what size to get, and it was never going to work. So I just didn't buy anything. I went with the don't buy anything and get them something when you're home. Yeah, they're like not even weed, are they? I don't even know what they sell, Hell's Rocker, but yeah. There's like weed and absinthe shops like in every other corner. This is really good. It's got a good condition scope as well. That's cool. Oh, my leg is a bit achy. Now, thank you very much for the support. BQ Smooth, thank you as well. But the kids do. Like the last time the little one was here, Maggie, I bought her a jelly cat that was like 50 quid for no reason. Just because we were in the shop that sold jelly cats. I think they're kind of both doing okay without needing something from Prague that they don't need, you know. Not entirely true. I was encouraging her to have some... like, she's a bit funny with tablets, and she's always having to have liquid form antihistamine for a hay fever. I was like, no, like if you got to grow up, you're having the pills now. The pills are like £1 a box, and they last a month, whereas the bottle is like £6 a bottle, and it lasts about 10 days. Like, it's time to grow up a little bit. And so I made her take the tablets, and then on the last day when she was here, while we were out, I was like, well done on not being a baby anymore. I didn't say it like that. So I got her something, I suppose. Peter K is very much before. Yeah, my daughter's 16, but she actually last year, while she was still 15, she expressed an interest in seeing Peter K. She'd obviously seen stuff online about his stand-up and whatnot, and very much decided she was eager to go. So yeah, it was her that requested it. You know, like, to be honest, I used to like Peter K when he first broke through, like Phoenix Nights and some of the stuff he did before that. You know, like the Mr. Softy Top and all of that. I really liked Peter K back in the day. But I kind of personally felt he went off the boil a few years before he kind of semi-retired. Prince Fipsy, Cannibal, thank you very much. Cheers for the support. Now, that's incredibly generous. Thank you for the crazily big super chat, dude. Thank you very, very, very much. BQ Smooth, cheers for tuning in, dude. I very nearly didn't, as I say, but I'm doing all right for now. It does say shortest stream in the title for a reason. I might only be on 3 or 4 hours today. See how the leg goes. Cabison, Welsh, thank you as well. I actually, if I'd have had more time, would have done it earlier, but I haven't had more time. I think I'm going to stop streaming in 1440p on Twitch, I'm afraid to say. So sorry, Twitch viewers, this might be the last one, but I don't think it's working. This trial or this beta that they've started, I don't think it's working brilliantly well. I can't record with shadow play. There's plenty of people that can't watch Twitch anymore because it doesn't work on their device because of the new codec. So I think I'm going to have to go back to 1080p just so that everyone can watch. It's not even because of that though. If it really felt worth it, I would get a second streaming rig and go that way, Acid. But there's too many people not able to even watch the VODs anymore. I just don't think. I don't think the way Twitch have gone is a viable way. Peter K's comedy is basically him remembering things. That's an awful lot of comedians, Danob. That's an awful lot of comedians. I guess they appeal to some and not others, you know, but that's a lot of comedy, isn't it? A lot of the time it's remembering some kind of fake-ass story that they slightly embellish, but it's still remembering things, you know? Have you seen the new map? Takistan/no. Alexander, I can't divulge any info about that. Every streamer that has done the 1440p trial has gone back to 1080. It's a terrible implementation. I don't think it's perfect. No, I think it's not ideal. Both on your rig, on like what it's expecting your PC to do. But yeah, somebody did ask the question. Oh, if YouTube can do it, why can't Twitch? It's money, Tomty. Twitch aren't being given the money to invest to make it happen. I don't know how YouTube do it, but YouTube is like massive, right? But when you stream to Twitch, they have to use physical hardware to transcode each stream. So I send 1080p to Twitch, and then using hardware, effectively like, let's just think of it like a graphics card, but they'll have a load of cards designed for streaming, right? They'll use physical hardware to take my 1080p stream and turn it into 1080p source, 1080p non-source, 720p, 480, 360, 166 or whatever, right? Like, they physically transcode it using physical equipment, but they don't have the money, because Amazon are poor, obviously. They don't have the money to invest in equipment to do that for higher resolutions. They won't and can't do it. So they're trying to make the streamer do all the transcoding with their hardware and then send... Like, I at the moment to Twitch, I'm sending 6 individual separate streams to Twitch at the same time. One for each resolution. So I'm streaming 6 times to Twitch and 1 time to YouTube right now. And it's just too much. It's just too much. It's not really something that seems like a viable option. When you stream to Twitch, you send 4K to Twitch and it does it all for you. Sorry, when you stream to YouTube, you send 4K to YouTube and it does it all for you. For Twitch, you've got to do it all for them. And I don't think it's a long-term solution. It's like a short-term, this is the best we can do without spending any money, you do it kind of approach. People still watching 480. It's to do with internet speeds and what device you're on, CT. Yeah, people that might be watching on a phone using data might do, because it's cheaper, you know, like it's more useful for them. You know, it depends on the person watching and how they're watching. Prague was great, Nick. I really enjoyed it. I'm very glad I went. If they do another one, I'll be there in a heartbeat. I enjoyed it quite a lot. It was really, really good. Great to meet more people this time. It was really cool that there was more people there. More like a varied group of different streamers, and it was really good. I'm really glad I went. Fuck am I aggroing here? Just to clarify, I could see a few people asking. Yes, the gamma is up at the moment. Might as well kill this. Sour did say hello everyone, Sour here, but I missed it. I think he said it more than once, to be honest, but I missed it. Was it nice holding hands with Ish and skipping around Prague? It was beautiful, yeah. Was Lax there? No, he couldn't make it this year. He was going, and then unfortunately he couldn't make it, so he didn't come. Any streamers there you didn't really know beforehand? Yeah, I knew of them. Like Mr. Gibbon, Trey, for example. Trey. Is it Trey 24K or Trey? I forget his. Trey is his name anyway. But yeah, Trey was there. Like there was a few others, but those two in particular, I've not really. I did use a little bit of footage of one of Trey's streams when the Sakal streamer server was up. I left a mine at.
Bloody long old time that.
I left a mine at the bunker, and then I died, and then he stood on the mine and died, and he let me use his footage. So I'd messaged him about that, but I didn't know him at all. Trey 24K, yeah, that's the one. Did I introduce myself? Paul, yeah, Paul is the name. I don't go by Dave other than in the game. Did you have to call anyone by their Twitch names, and is that weird? It just kind of happens with some people. I always call HB HB. I don't use his real name. And same with Ish. I always call Ish Ish. I don't use his real name. I don't know why. No, there's no have to about it. With some people, their nicknames are so strong they just stick. You know, so I call Ish Ish and I call HB HB. But most same with Ariana. I'll still call in her Ariana, I think. But I know the real names, but some people's nicknames are so good. Like I always call Minder Minder. my nickname doesn't work that way. Like, no one's going to call me TheRunningManZ, are they? You know, like, it just doesn't work as a... There's no good nickname for that, so everyone just calls me Paul. Same with the Freshborns as well. You don't call them like Freshborns 1 and Freshborn 2. They're always John and George, right? So for some, you're calling them their name. Some you're calling them their nick. It just depends on the streamer, I guess. Have I still... No, I gave up the not drinking just before the trip. Well, 2-3 weeks before the trip craze. So I'm on antibiotics for a week, so I'm not... you can drink with antibiotics, but it can slightly inhibit their effectiveness. You can. It's not... There's a bit of a fallacy about it, but unless you're on a particular one, you can have alcohol, but they work better, and it's better for you if you don't. So, yeah, I'm off alcohol while I'm on antibiotics for an infected insect bite. You sound like Mark Goldbridge. Oh, good. Ooh. There's wolves! There's wolves! Be careful! There's wolves! Rawr! Hello? Do you have a microphone? There was two. One of them's clearly dropped the... Oh no, the other one hasn't dropped the flame. Or maybe he has. I like that you use it. They're using lights. I think that's cool. I don't like that they're not talking. Where the fuck are these aggroing from? Hello? Comment allez-vous? I don't even know what that means. Alright, bye then. Yeah, they must be in Discord. I kind of feel like I want to shoot them because they don't use mics, but I don't know, it might be cruel.
Keep on running TRMZ Lab.
The glow looks cool, doesn't it? That hit. I wonder if he might loot his buddy. I wonder if we might just wait long enough and see if he loots his buddy. I think I should stop shooting now for the rest of the day. I've fired 2 shots and I've got 2 kills. And it ain't never going to get no better than that.
Hi Paul in chat TRMZ love.
Dude has to have dropped the torch, right? I think they're still in there. The door's closed. Sneaky bastard. I missed one now.
I am very excited to announce the Redline TRMZ team up, coming to you on the release date of DayZ 2.
You know. We'll be playing from beyond the grave. Ooh. Beans.
Happy 11-monthing. Cheers :_Termslab.
I don't want to eat that. They don't even have anything. These selfish bastards. Why didn't they have more loot? It was barely even worth the bullets. Do I know the place to build in Sakal? Fuck knows, dude. I think with it being a smaller map, trying to keep a base on Sakal is going to be hard, is the honest truth. I think you're swinging and missing trying to build a base on Sakal, if I'm honest. Right, I did get more Makarov bullets, but given that we got a box of 9mm, I don't think we need them.
Welcome
and some more
back.
separately. Disinfected, 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 disinfected. Oh no, that one's not disinfected. Good job we checked. Let's take that one that is. Right. That'll learn them. That'll learn them for talking in Discord but not in the game. Well, they must have been communicating with each other somehow. I find it hard to believe they're not just roaming around with torches themselves and they both just happen to be together but making torches without actually communicating with each other. I find that unlikely. I feel like they were Discord bros that didn't want to talk in the real world. Well, tough. Redline, by the way, we do need to arrange our team up, so whenever you're ready, you let me know. Preferably not tomorrow, but any day, Monday to Thursday this week, or Sunday to Thursday next week, you let me know, Twitter, DM, or whatever. We can go. The only reason I'm saying probably not a good idea tomorrow is that I'm not sure how this leg's going to be. I don't really want to risk cutting it short. Did I see the Chroma something or other highlights? I don't even know what that is, Lost Lobo. Alright, Redline, no worries, dude. I don't think I've ever caught your live stream. Well, Charles, cheers for coming in, dude. Thank you.
Hope you had a good time in Prague TRMZ love.
Yeah, I don't want to cut the leg short, but I fear the leg might cut the stream short, Richard, yeah. It's not really that bad. It's just a bit of an owie, you know. And I've got an infected infective insect bite. It's not the worst thing in the world. I've had it before a few times, but it's... And sitting in a chair with my leg down, it's on my lower shin. And so having my feet down on the ground, it makes it worse. You're going to try the new JLK server? Looked at, I didn't even know there was a new JLK server, so I don't know. It won't be too much longer, guys. I think the daylight is upon us. I think this is the third time I've had to have antibiotics for an insect bite. It's kind of annoying, but I have a funny feeling it's horseflies. But if I get bit by a certain insect, I got bit 3 times on my leg, and I think 2 of them are infected. One of them isn't really that bad, but one of them is. You know, like.
Hey Paul, nice
sometimes
to
I
see
do,
you back.
sometimes I don't.
How was your trip?
Gia, thanks for coming in. It was great. I still feel shattered, but it was great. It was really, really good. Yeah, this one doesn't really count as an injury, though. It's not that big of a deal, but I had to go to an out-of-hours GP last night.
I'm afraid I can't find a place to buy a PC. Any ideas?
Wild Donkey, I definitely would suggest you have a look at PC Specialist, !PC. That'd be the place to go. Use the code TRMZ24 for a little bit of money off. Thank you, Gia, Wild Donkey, Felix, Final Hero, to Mr. Doctor, Carmichael. Redline, thank you very much. The Redline TRMZ team are coming to you on the release of DayZ 2. Yeah, all right. Cheers for the support, Redline. Darkwing, thank you as well. Granulosa, thank you. Mrs. Diamond. Nazgul, I didn't actually realise that was you when I replied, by the way, but thank you. Nazgul, Bearded Fairs, Octomore, Substatica, Lurbirds, cheers for the resubs, guys. You saw a light? I'm not even looking at the game. Oh, you did. Ah. Doesn't even seem that bright, does it? Still helpful, I suppose. Right, where's my... There it is.
Welcome back. Hope the trip was great and you have spoilers for us.
I don't have any spoilers just yet. But the trip was great, yeah. Felt fucking shattered yesterday. I haven't even mentioned it yet, but I went to watch 28 years later yesterday afternoon. I really liked it. I think it's my favourite of the 3. I think it's had some sort of slightly mixed reviews, but I really liked it. I thought it was good. Wasn't perfect. It's not like the best movie ever or anything, but I did enjoy it. It was good. Yeah, well, I watched 28 Days Later the other week. I actually watched 28 Weeks Later last night when I got home because I couldn't remember it very well. It was okay. Called Salvation, mostly vanilla, few mods, not many. Everyone says that. I'm not saying you're wrong, but the amount of servers I see, people say it's mostly vanilla, and then it's like so modded. That doesn't mean that's the case, but even the one that's called basically vanilla is very much not basically vanilla. It's still a great server, but it's not very vanilla though, you know, like yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't. JLK's a cool dude. I'll try and have a look at some point for sure. It's 28 years later. It's directed by Danny Boyle and it's like Alex Garland involved and yeah, very much in the it's in the same thing. I don't really want to talk about plot too much, but I did enjoy it. The cast is good. I think there's a lad who's one of the main characters. I think he's about 12 in the show, maybe a touch older than that, but I think he's a really good actor. I think he is. I've never seen him in anything else, but nonetheless, I predict he will be very, very famous. I think he's really good. They're making 3, so they're making 3. They're already making the second one now. So the first one's being directed by Danny Boyle. The second one's already in production. And this is a very mild spoiler. It's not actually from the show. It's nothing to do with the film I saw yesterday, but it's in the media. Cillian Murphy is due to appear in the latter stages of the next one. So, yeah, he's meant to be in the next one. Will there be a video about the Prague trip? There probably will be. There won't be one from me, dude, but I'm sure there'll be others. I think people like Holly Rex and Lady Adventure and one or two others will almost certainly... Yeah, and Freshborns will probably release a video of some sort, I'd have thought, but there won't be one from me. He was in the trailers as a zombie. No, that was just a rumour, dude. That was not factual. It was just a rumour that was the case.
In fact, lazy, mostly out or lurking applying for latte guys.
Well, come and join the 60 or 70% of them. No, I think I'm the only fat one, though. Filthy Ballbag, thank you very much for the support, dude.
One more month until the 3-year mark.
Thank you very much. Rygar, thank you as well. Filthy, 1 more month till the 3 years, thank you. Yeah, the black screen, it won't be much longer. It feels like nighttime's been forever already. I think we must be nearly at daytime again. Hi, Nonov. J.I. Johnson, thank you for coming in. Chronicles Truth, Wild Donkey, thank you as well.
Keep running through you are the best.
I really liked it. I really liked 28 Years Later. It had a few camera angles which were a little bit like that Ari What's-His-Face that directed Midsummer. Had just a few little camera angles that reminded me a little bit of him. I don't think it's the best film ever or anything, but as zombie films go, it's one of the better ones. I did enjoy it. You know, you need to, it's a film about zombie-like things, infected or whatever. You know, and it's like they do call them zombies occasionally in it as well. But nonetheless, you need to leave your brain at the door a little bit because it's obviously make-believe. But I quite liked it. It was good. It was filmed on iPhones, but the quality of it, obviously, an iPhone is an incredibly good camera now, so it was filmed on iPhones, but I think that's because they made the last one on a budget and they were trying to make a modern version of that, but you can do a lot more on a budget nowadays, you know, like, so the quality was more than good enough. Daylight can't come soon enough. Holy shit, it seems to be taking forever. Right, I think I'm just going to do the hunting shop, maybe the police station, and then the well. And then we're done. I knew it. 28 years later, very disappointing. I think a few people might think that. I really liked it. I'm not like that big of a die-hard fan of the original. I actually think that 28 Days Later has aged really poorly. And to be honest, like there are some things in 28 Years Later that if you really think about them don't make any sense. And you could argue the same about the film Yesterday, maybe, that I saw 28 years later, but I much preferred it. I thought it was decent.
32 months later.
I really quite liked it. I won't do any actual spoilers, Alexi. No, I'd appreciate everyone else, guys. No spoilers about the film. It only came out like 2 days ago, so I'm not going to talk about individual plot lines or anything that's not in the trailer. Saw the original in the theatre. Blimey, I think I saw it, and I saw the original Trainspotting, but I think 28 Days Later I didn't see. Oh no, I think I did see it at the cinema. Thinking about it, I think I did. It was not really I didn't really like it that much when it came out, and I still don't think it was that great personally. But hi stranger, cheers for coming in. Appreciate it. Should I watch them in order? I don't think it particularly matters. I think it makes sense to, though, but I don't think it's critical. I really don't think it's critical, but I probably think it's better to do so. You're going to be in trouble in a minute, son. Why? It'll be okay. Probably want that backpack. Let's grab you up. It actually really does feel like it's getting light. Kind of weird. Why is there no door closed?
Paul
Sorry,
why
just the two doors
Here's
closed?
to the next 4 years.
Zulu, cheers for the support. Yeah, my leg's a little bit mega bugged. My ankle is actually really fucking aching at the moment. It's really, really sore. Not that big of a deal, but it's not much fun. I might go and grab some painkillers in a minute. I think maybe while it's still night time, that might be a good time to do it. Zulu 6, cheers for the support. Holidays, thank you. Cruzzy, thank you as well. Cheers for the support. Peeps, thank you very much. I'd like to aggro no more zombies, please. Right, there is a hunting stand somewhere up here. Where are you? There you are. Jace, just like every other
Afternoon,
streamer that's
Paul.
been, I can't talk about anything from the thing yet, dude. There ain't going to be any new info drip fed in the stream today, dude. That was actually quite good. Trousers and another cleaning kit. I'm just going to go prone somewhere. Where did those wolves go in? The town, right? The wolves were aggroed, and then I wonder what happened. Maybe they shut them in or something, because I never had to deal with them, did I? But anyway, I'm just going to go AFK. I'm going to go and grab a couple of... Like I say, my... I've got a... It's only a minor thing, but I've got it infected in leg, and I do feel a bit like virally, a bit groggy. But my foot and leg are hurting. I'm going to go and grab a pill. I think I'm going to make a cup of tea while I do, so I'll be a couple of minutes, and then hopefully it'll be daytime.
Lucky number 7. Hope it saves you from the wolves. TRMZ love, TRMZ love, TRMZ love, TRMZ love, TRMZ love.
I left in the night and I've come back in the day. Yeah, it's fine. There's no wolves. Oh. There's wolves. There's wolves, there is.
Pretty sure I am definitely the first to ask and nobody else will have yet. But how was the real life adventurings?
You are. No one's mentioned it at all. It was great. It was really. I really enjoyed it, Quiz. Thank you for the resub. Yeah, it was a good trip. Really glad I went. I hope there's another one, and maybe I'll get invited to that as well if there is. Hopefully, that'll be cool. Stolly, thank you. Squidgy, none of. Cheers for the support. Gordy Mac, Zulu 6, Hallidays, thanks again. So were the wolves howling or were they barking while I was away? If they barked, that's weird, isn't it? I got lucky there. I don't know why. Like, if they were barking before I was here, I could have been dead when I got back. I only... it's so stupid as well. Just before I went AFK, I even mentioned wolves, didn't I? But there we go. Yeah, I did think about maybe I should log out, but because it's getting daylight, I thought people... like, sometimes when they're night... The server was full when I joined, but sometimes when the daytime rolls around, they all flood back in, so I didn't want to end up in a queue. Right before you walk back in, one wolf walked across your screen. Maybe they don't like it if you're prone.
It's been 32 years and this streamer somehow keep hiding where all the good loot is from us. Selfish bastard, love you, bye.
1124p, yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, this thing on my leg, it's not that bad, but it is a bit of an owie. Like, my ankle and my foot is aching, and it's on my shin. It's just like, yeah, just infected. Like, it's a bit, the sort of redness has spread a little bit, even though I'm on antibiotics. I definitely still think it's a bit better than it was yesterday evening in terms of the pain, but yeah, it's not that big of a deal. But the nurse practitioner that gave me the antibiotics said that if it did start to get more red, I'd have to go to A&E, but I think it's okay. What day will we learn about the DayZ new stuff? Soon. Did it hurt right away? I think I felt a bit funny fairly quickly, actually. Yeah, I got bit a few times, but in the evening, it was absolutely on fire, like somebody had burnt my leg. So where I'd been bitten was on fire, but I think even a bit sooner than that, I think I was feeling a bit... Yeah. I live in England, Dylan. Don't listen to Redline, he's a sarky bastard.
I've seen a video about field surgery. Let me take care of your leg, for free.
New spawns, that sounds good, yeah. That's the kind of care that I could do with. I feel like you're going to hand me just what I need. No worries, SFPO, it's all good. New spawns 1124, thank you very much. SFPO, thank you for the bits before that. Cheers for the support, peeps. Thank you. I'm from Prague. It's a shithole. I like Prague. I think it's a beautiful city. Obviously, the touristy bit is kind of nice, but something that seems to happen, I missed most of it because I was going to bed about midnight most days, but it turns out that you get some really like erratically interesting locals the later you stay out. kind of toothless and scary. But no, I think Prague is great. Only an insect, yes please. I don't know what insect, I didn't see it, but I've had it happen now 3 times, but I get reactions to a certain insect, and I get infected. I get an infected wound, I guess, or a bite, whatever, but it's only antibiotics, it'll go away, it always does, but it just, my leg's a bit achy, I feel a bit sort of virally, I feel a bit meh. But still better than I did yesterday. My drink got laced with a psychedelic while I was out in Prague. That's something I noticed,
Paul.
And very smart. A lot
Great
of the
to catch you
girls
streaming again,
were,
TRMZ Lev.
a lot of the female streamers were very, very careful with their drinks. Like several were like, keep an eye on my drink while I'm away, make sure nobody puts anything in it and stuff. And very, very smart. But
Nice to
it's
see
something
that.
I've not experienced as much because when I was going out, it was much more. There wasn't quite so much of a thing going on for that. It seems to be more common. I think it's known in Prague as well that it can happen as well. So I think quite a lot of the girls were really switched on about
Mystic
it, which is good.
TRMZ, any predictions for the All-Ireland football final? Won't be my home county, down, as we've just been knocked out by Galway. Pensive face emoji.
I think it'll be the Galway girls. Like Ed Sheeran sings around. Yeah, I don't know anything about the All-Ireland football final, but I'm guessing Galway will win it. Is going to Radio Zenit worth it these days? Not really, but I'm going to have a little look while we're kind of on the way to where I'm going.
Have you checked for superpowers since the bite?
Have I checked for superpowers since the bite? I haven't really. I'll see if I can climb up a wall or something. It's not a bad shout. I might have insect-like powers, mightn't I? A DM has been sent. Okay, I won't catch it while the stream's on, don't worry. Stop pre-ordering. Thank you very much, Fortian. Thank you as well. Fishfinder, thank you too. I think my superpower will just be that I'm extra grouchy. Something that didn't seem really feasible. Pristine and best insulation. That's better than that. Remember the Jeeps being it. Sorry, not the Jeeps, the tanks. I'm sure they are, but just a solitary fence wall there. That's worthwhile. What the fuck was that for? So it was a gate. So there must have been some kind of base here at some point. Nice. So there's your answer to whether Radio Zenit's worth it or not. You can get a blaze. So yeah, it's definitely worth it.
Oh wow, it's been 3 years already. Hope the next 30 years will be as fun. Never stop running. Welcome back from Prague, TRMZ Lev, TRMZ Lev.
You can get more grouchy. Well, that was kind of what I was inferring, dude. Yeah. Fucking hell. Come on, get with the program. Did you get bitten by a goat? I don't think so. Pomerian, thank you very much for the 3 years. Never stop running. I'll do my best. Thank you. Cheers for the support, man. Thank you. I stand corrected, said the man in the orthopedic shoes. I stand in pain, I think is my experience with those. Did you get to meet Sumrak? Yep. I had a lovely chat with Talis and Sumrak. I only mentioned the spawn system about 17 times. I definitely got a vibe from Sumrak that they're not going to change the spawn system, which has just made me more passionate to go on about it until they do change the spawn system. I feel like they don't want to change it. I feel like they're aware of it and they just see it as being a changing of the game. I disagree with that. They want it to be more accessible for people joining the server so that people can spawn in the same place is basically it. But we don't need to talk over the pros and cons. I actually am getting tempted to make a video essay on the subject, which that makes it sound more important than it really is, because it won't be. It'll just be a 15-minute rant. But I'd quite like to make a video about the spawn system, but what I would really like to do is collect some video evidence of it when I'm not streaming, which is going to be trickier. You know, I'd really like to show non-stream stalkery footage of what it's like, or maybe experience whether it's actually not like it when I'm not streaming. You know, like.
Welcome back. So, what's the big news about the map out whatever? Lol.
Diagolon, I'm not allowed to talk about it until a set day. The day is not too far away, providing it doesn't change. Diagolon, thank you very much for the super chat. Yeah, I can't talk about it yet, dude, but it won't be very far away. Volksrat, thank you as well. Off to drive some virtual steam trains. Wow, Captain, have fun with that. At least you don't have to do the virtual coal shoveling.
Welcome back. Enjoy your run.
Did you meet anyone new for the first time? Yes, I did. I met Slexify for the first time, Mr. Gibbon for the first time. I'll forget people here, by the way. Ariana for the first time. Trade24K for the first time. Holly Rex for the first time.
I'm sure you've answered this 100 times.
The others too, I'm sure.
Prague. Favorite moment?
Prague was great, Florida Grunt. Favourite moment? Possibly the pedlos. Not that it's a particularly scary thing or anything. It's just not. I would never do it. I would never go. Like if I was going to Prague, like with a girlfriend or something, I'd go out on the boat on a river cruise or something. I wouldn't go on a pedalo. I just wouldn't do it. It wouldn't be my thing. Like, again, it's not that I've done them in the past already, but it's just I just think it was something I would never normally do, which made it kind of cooler, really. You know, like it's not so bad to do some things that you just wouldn't do. But going out on a pedalo when it's really, really hot,
Finally catching
and
a
like
laugh
especially in
after
such a
starting
cool
a new
place. It was right next to the Charles Bridge, which is a really lovely historical bridge, in like heading into the old town of Prague, and like dossing around on a yellow pedalo is probably not my idea of how I would take in that area, but it was kind of fun. I ain't gonna lie. Hi Jace, I know where I've been to Mildenhall years ago for a air show. They used to do an air show there a long time ago, but I'm not. I am in Suffolk, but I'm either close or not close to Mildenhall. I'm afraid.
Transfer?
I don't really try to go into too many specifics about where I live, in case some unhinged weirdo shows up. I don't mean you, by the way. Do I need that? That's damage. I'm going to take that. They're meant to have increased the usability of those. I'm going to take that bad boy and party. I did dodge most of the group photos. Yeah, I was in the main one. It's so annoying, right? There was 2 group photos taken, and every fucker that's tweeted out the group photo has tweeted the one where I look like a fucking wrong'un. One of them I'm kind of looking to the side, and I'm like looking like the Cheshire Cat or some shit. And the other one looks much better, and every single one of them has shared the wrong fucking photo. But it is what it is, you know. Right, I don't know about that red dot, but... ATN, yeah, it was great. The trip was really, really good. That fox is loud, isn't it? Holy shit. This second cup of tea is not made with the same care and attention as the first, it seems. It tastes like piss water. Actually quite pleased with this loadout. If I can get an 8x scope, I'm doing alright, I think. It's not perfect, but it's not bad at all, considering we've only been on... Well, I've been in the game somewhat less than an hour and a half. Where's JLK? He's disappeared. JLK doesn't stream anymore, dude, if that's what you mean. JLK makes YouTube videos. He did stream for a little while, but I don't think he streamed for a long time. Anything I can... Why am I cold? I'm going to rebigulate my bag. Yeah, Donk, that's the case. Yeah, you're right. I'm not reading that out. Comrade Khan, thank you for the 24 months. That actually scared me when it made that noise. I'd forgotten it did it. Cheers, Comrade. Thank you very much. Josh Bird, thank you as well. Oh. Yeah, okay, streamed the other day, did he? That's cool. And maybe because he's got this new server, you know, it makes sense to promote it, I guess. But I think for the type of content he does for YouTube, it probably works better not streaming, you know. But that's kind of cool he streamed again. It's good to hear. Right, there we go. Have I got any rags? I was thinking maybe I could make a torch just to warm up a touch, but never mind. Right, I'm going to have a little look, see if I can find an 8x scope, but I'm quite pleased with the loadout we have. It's not perfect, but it's not bad. Did I get lucky while in Prague? No, absolutely not. I did not. I certainly did not try to get lucky either. It couldn't have been further from my Brian, if I'm honest. Are you going to play his new server? Bucky, I don't know anything about it other than that he's got a new one, because Chatter told me today, so I don't know yet, dude. I'm doing a lot more vanilla and lightly modded stuff on the whole. The axe is not ruined, no. Hambo, thanks for the 24 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Very, very kind. Thank you. David, yeah, I don't know. I'm certainly not 30 stone, though. No, that's true. I haven't really checked the scale, but I feel like I put on like 6 or 7 pounds in the last, including the trip away, like the last 3 weeks or so. I'm getting back. So I went out for a walk this morning. I've gone back to having healthy stuff. I've been food shopping and got healthy stuff, you know, like I'm going back on the health kit grind now. That's it. So what kind of cologne do you use? Ish couldn't stop talking about how good you smell. I use Machismo by Akismo by TRMZ. It's coming to. I think it's one that Mrs. TRMZ, well, ex-Mrs. TRMZ bought me. I think it's a Homme Sport Chanel. I think that's what it is. But yeah, I do like it. That's what it is. Hi, Fran. Francois Jude. Thanks for coming in. Did you hear about Ish's best meal in Prague? What was Ish's best meal in Prague? I presume it was on the Friday or the Saturday. I prefer servers with stamina, Peter. Yeah, I do. I don't really have any plans. Just trying to get geared up. I'm playing on a more lightly modded / no modded / lightly modded type server, you know. So I'm just trying to get geared and see where we end up, you know, see who we meet. Like I've already killed 3 players. Maybe the 2 guys in the night didn't really deserve it, but I did try to talk to one and he just didn't bother talking back, so I chose to shoot him. KFC. Oh. On the day where I welched out of going to Tissy, I got the bus back. I have to give a shout out to this dude called Martin, who was on the trip. He's a writer for a Czech gaming magazine, like online magazine. They have a YouTube channel. And when I decided not to go the rest of the way to Tissy because I just didn't think it was a smart thing for me to do, I sort of said, oh, I'll get the bus. And he lived in the town where the 2nd Armour office is. This is where they keep the Bohemia tank and all these other things, right? It's a cool place. Anyway, they all set off about 10 past 2. And he looked on his phone to see the bus timetable, and he told me that the number of the bus I needed to get was 3:20. Unfortunately, the next bus was at 3:05. And so I was like, oh, and the bus stop's just down the road there. He was like, yeah. I was like, okay, thank you. I'll get it at 3:05 then. And then he promptly sat with me for 55 minutes, well, 50 minutes, chatting away. Like, obviously Czech is his main language. He was talking in English and just chatting with me. And he only did it. I didn't ask him to, but he just sat talking to me so that when I had to get the bus, he walked down to the bus stop with me and made sure I got on the correct bus. It was really lovely. Like, it was like an unspoken thing, but it's just like, it was a really nice thing for the dude to do. Very, very cool. He just sat there talking along, you know, and then just took me to the bus stop and made sure I didn't fucking go the wrong way. CN, thanks for coming in. Unfortunately, the Bohemia tank wasn't there. They'd done some... they had a UAZ where the tank normally is, but the tank had been away. They have to use it every now and then because it is a real tank. So they... Not for, like, blowing shit up, but they had it for some team building thing, so it wasn't on the office site. Are you aware of what your last stream with Scootergate Goat did for your channel? Well, he was in earlier, Kay was, but... Yeah, it was a good run. Also, do you agree official servers are a waste of time? I really like the vanilla DayZ experience that you can get on official. However, there are some things on official I really don't like. Obviously, we know that the game has cheaters and that can be a problem. It's been a problem for me in the last few weeks, to say the least, right? But I'm not going to go on about it very much, but the group spawn system that official uses is dog shit. The devs know I think it's dog shit. I believe they think it's a necessary evil to try and make the game more accessible to friends. I think it spoils the game for everybody, but to each their own. Hey Milo, yeah, this is the first stream back, so I flew back on Friday. Like, unpacked my case yesterday. I had to go to the cinema yesterday, but I unpacked my case and started prepping and shit, like getting back into real world. But yeah, I was up in Prague Monday to Friday. I did give them an earful about it. I don't think they're going to change their mind. They would never change their mind just because of what one streamer thinks, whoever it is, including me. But I believe they think it's better for the game in terms of accessibility for players. I guess that's a differing point of view, but I think it's shite. I have worked out a way where you can bypass it though, so... Oh shit. There's a zombie down there. So if you want to play official, there's a way to bypass the group spawn system. It's a little bit of pissing around, but you can do it. So if I play official, I'm going to do that so I don't get the group spawn system. The way to bypass it is join a server. Oh shit, I didn't even look for the smoke. There's smoke. Alright, enough of the group spawn thing for now. Let's just see if I can get eyes on this dude. I didn't even check for smoke straight away. I saw it after. He has to be on the top unless he's done. Both doors are closed. I suspect the dude's... oh, I didn't just seen him for a sec. It's possible the guy might go out the back door, but... I just seen him again. He was crouching. He's somewhere there. I might be able to wallbang him. No wall banging because he moved. He's in the hall. I might be able to aim up the stairs through the window. Can't. I was shivering there as well, which isn't ideal. Eating. I wish I could get a bit taller. I'd love to be able to get onto the medical building, but I don't know if that would be enough. I've seen him go left to right again. He's been really smart with his movement. He's crouching around, like, real careful, like. There may be a way to get on top of this building, but I don't know it. Oh, fuck, the door's open. Dude doesn't have a gun out. I'd quite like to try and break his leg. Did he go in there, or did he go past there? Hello?
Hi bro, do you have medicine? I just ate wolf meat.
Oh, you ate wolf meat? I've got vitamins, yeah.
Yeah, I'm putting my gun down. If you
Okay, yeah, I'll come in. I've got the vitamins in my hand, no gun. Yeah, they should work.
Okay.
You should be able to take those. Ah, dude. Okay. You don't have a scope to trade by any chance, do you?
A scope?
Yeah, like an 8x scope, or like a long-range scope.
No, sorry.
All right. Well, keep the vitamins.
Aren't you a YouTuber?
No. My voice sounds a bit like it, but I'm not. You should be able to eat those wolf meat now if you just take the vitamins with it. You should be all right. But anyway, good luck, dude. I'll leave you to it.
Okay.
Oh, I'm glad I spoke. See, he didn't have a gun in his hand, so I didn't really want to just shoot him. I would have quite happily broke his leg and then tried to shoot him, but I'm quite glad I didn't. He seemed like an alright dude. He only had a BK-18, and he's still relatively new on the basis that he's eating wolf meat, or maybe just not up to date with the new update, I guess. But anyway, he's got the pill. He'll be alright. No love you bye. No, not everyone gets a love you bye. He didn't get a love you bye because he took all my vitamins, you know. He just assumed that he was having them all, you know. I didn't offer him them all. No love you bye for him. Oh, God, I feel like right shite. I don't think I said love you bye once while I was in Prague, Coach. I don't think so. Maybe I did, but I don't remember. Yeah, I think the YouTuber thing obviously made me evacuate fairly quick as well. Not that it really matters. It's been kind of cool to like we had a few people that were actually playing in the night and had like torches. So I killed those, obviously. I killed those survivalists because they deserved it naturally. Yeah, Ish was very, very keen. I don't know if he got a tattoo in the end. He was very, very keen to get a Yellow King helmet tattoo. I don't have any tattoos. He did get one, did he? Very cool. I'd much rather buy a watch as a memento of a journey. I didn't buy a watch, but I'd much rather do that than get a tattoo. Something different on his ankle. Okay. Could be a tundra. Well, I don't think it could be a tundra in here, but it could be a savanna in here. Been 35 here all week and I've been standing in front of my pizza oven making New York pizzas. Blimey. It really felt warm yesterday in England. It was hotter in England yesterday than it was in Prague through the week. I think it was like 32 Celsius yesterday, but it felt so hot. I'm sure there's hotter places around the world, by the way, so let's not just compare. It just felt hot for here. It was really, really sticky. Like the air was thick, like you were walking in treacle. Want the box of 762 upstairs? I guess I do. I didn't want to see it. I suppose I'll take it. You did a kitchen shift yesterday? Oh, dude, that sounds awful. Working in a kitchen with a bunch of ovens, like, when it's that hot. Ugh. Yeah, I didn't see it. I don't know how I didn't see it, but I didn't. I collect injury stories. That's true, Patrick. I know I've probably got a scar on the top of my head from the last trip. I have a funny feeling that this insect bite will probably end up leaving some kind of scar, but only small. I might really bore you with a picture of it in a second, and then I'll take a picture on my phone, and then should be able to show it on the stream. That'll be exciting, won't it? Let's have a look at TRMZ's gammy injury. It is on my shin, so there's very little danger of getting the helm of my penis in there.
Hope you enjoyed your trip. Thank you, Paul and chat, for being a constant for me for 5 years.
Fable, dude, thanks for tuning in for that time. Cheers for the 60-month inning. That's really kind. Thank you for the 5 years of resubscribing, dude. Big Dog, Supremo, Hambo, Comrade Khan, Josh Bird, thank you for coming in. What kind of superpowers did you get from the insect bite? Has buckets. I have a funny feeling what it will have done is just accelerate my premature ejaculation. Please don't. you know you want to see it, Crossgraves. Kermit, Wobo's video was all speculation, dude. Like, Wobo was just trying to speculate as to what's coming. There was nothing factual in it. Wobo, it's a shame he couldn't make it. Wobo was invited to the trip but wasn't able to make it this year. But it would have been cool to meet Wobo. That would have been badass. That's something to bear in mind, by the way. I know Wobo in one of his recent videos, someone commented you should have been there, and he did say, and that's why I'm saying this, because he said it himself, right? He said in one of the comments that he was invited, but it's something worth bearing in mind when you're like, oh, why didn't such and such creator get invited? It may be that some of them did, you know, like some just couldn't go. Yeah, Stuart, take it easy, dude. Thanks for coming in. I've heard that there will be a new zombie, a larger frame zombie in a Liverpool shirt. Yeah, it won't be very quick though. Wimpster, thank you for the 71 months, dude. Cheers for the support, man. Cheers, Jordan Lands. Yeah, it was great. I feel really fucking shite today. But yeah, I really enjoyed the trip. It was really good. I enjoyed it a lot. My ear ringing's gone away where I've not been streaming as well. I hadn't really noticed. It's going to come back fairly quickly, I guess. But like not streaming for that while has made my ear ringing go, which is kind of cool. I didn't really know much about the insect bite on Thursday until the evening, Carrie. Obviously, when you get bit by an insect, there's nothing bad about it. People get bit by insects, right? It's how I've reacted to it, and it's got infected is the problem. But in the evening, I don't know. I went back early, and then I was sort of getting ready, and I was walking around Prague. I went to Prague Castle up on the hill on my own. A lot of the guys went to Tissy. And like the real Tissy military base with the platforms and what, and it was like it was on fire, like an actual burn, like somebody had put like somebody had burnt me with a poker or something on my shit. It was really, really sore, but that was okay because you can soon fix that with a few beers. You know, it goes away fairly sharpish. You know. Liam, Smoke, I believe was invited to the first one. I don't think he could attend because of a fear of flying. So unless they happen to host a DayZ meetup in America land, close to his state, New York State, I think, he may not attend. He doesn't fly, so he couldn't go. Yeah, we did, Kermit, yeah. I tried my first old-fashioned. Amish's favourite cocktail is an old-fashioned, so he bought me one of those. Fair play to him as well. Very nice. Old-fashions are okay, but free old-fashions are much nicer. But yeah, that was kind of cool. It was nice to see him. It was nice to meet, like, having played with him for a long time. I used to have a fear of flying, and I still kind of do. So I did kind of jokingly tweet Smoke on the Monday morning, fear of flying, drink wine. But I have got a bit of a fear of flying. I'm afraid of heights. It's my main fear. Like, I'm no good even on a ladder or something, you know. Like, but yeah, so flying and me are not good. But I've just kind of, the more I've flown, the more I've found little tricks to just sort of like get through it without it really being so bad, you know. Like I don't play any mobile phone games, but I've played Slither.io for probably, I don't know, 2 hours in the last many years, and it's always for about 15 minutes just as the plane takes off. You know, I turn Slither.io on flight mode, obviously, so I'm only playing against AI. And just as the plane's taxiing to get to the main runway, I turn it on and I just play a game while it does the takeoff. And once it's been up in the air, maybe 5-10 minutes, I turn the phone off and I start looking out the window, you know. I don't know whether it's a rational thing or not, but most of the problems that happen tend to happen as the takeoff is happening, sometimes as they're landing, but I'm particularly bad just as it's about to gun the engines and away. So I have a couple of drinks. I had 2 glasses of red wine before I got on the plane, and it kind of settles me a touch, and then I just play a game and distract myself and then act like it's a bus once you're at 30-odd thousand feet. Hi, Gaming Dad. I'm a little bit better than I was. I think that the reality is, like, the more you do something, the less it becomes a thing. And I've had a few flights now, and I feel like it certainly took the edge off, just because the more you do it, the easier it gets, I suppose. You know, like flying on your own as well. You've got no... Like, if you're flying with your missus or something, you've got a bit of a crutch. You can be a bit more like, oh, this is bad. I'm kind of getting a bit shaky or whatever. But if you're on your own, you've got no one to offload that to, so you just have to kind of like grin and bear it somehow. And I think flying on my own has actually made it a little bit easier, because you just have to like just do it. Word on the street is that Sal met the love of his life. Well, he certainly liked one of the servers at this pizza place. Really liked that pizza place. We went there last year and I really liked it. We went there this year in the evening. And then on the last day, I was kind of on my own in the morning. Ish and Ariana went to stream from the DayZ booth and left me on my own. Poor me. So I had a walk round the old town, and I went to the forget the name of the square I went to now. Wenceslas Square. I had a look round, and I got back to our hotel was near Andel, and I got back and I went to the pizza place and had a pizza for lunch before I got back on the flight. That was kind of cool. If you were to upgrade your ROG, what would you include? What do you mean your ROG? ROG? My rig. You probably mean my rig. I don't know what there is to upgrade. I guess I could if you mean my rig, the only thing I could realistically do is go back to a dual stream rig.
Always enjoy your streams.
To make this 1440p thing more viable, but dual stream rigs are an absolute pain in the ass. I really don't want a dual stream rig if I can avoid it. Did you go up in the castle? I couldn't, Giant Trolls, unfortunately. Like, the castle shuts at 5, and I was going round it in the evening, so I just had a wander around the cathedral. And then went on that kind of bit at the edge of the square where you've got like the views over the city and stuff. It was kind of nice. It was kind of cool. Alia, you've not eaten in 26 hours. Holy shit. How come I didn't go to Tissy, Florida? I haven't told it in full, but so we met and got the tram about 9:30ish. We got a tram to the Bohemia offices, and then from out the front of the Bohemia offices we got a bus about 10:15, 10:30, something like that. And the bus was meant to take us to the Bohemia offices. It then transpired that we pressed the bell to get off the bus, and then the bus driver drove another 2 stops on before he stopped because he was on his phone. And then when we got out, apparently later we worked out we were on the wrong bus anyway, and we had, I don't know, about an hour's worth of walking to do from the bus to get to the offices. They stopped after a little while. I was fine with the walking, by the way. I do a lot of walking, obviously, but they stopped for a drink in this small town beginning with K, and then carried on walking. And we by the time we got to the offices, it was like, I don't know, 12:30. It had been a couple of hours. We were there in the offices for a little bit. I had a couple of cereal bars that I brought with me and a drink. And the guy that was taking us said that the walk from the office to Tissy was 15 minutes. And then I was talking to one of the reporters that was a local who said that they'd done it the weekend before, and it was half an hour by mountain bike, and if you were walking it, it was a good 90 minutes, and on the way there it was all uphill. And I had 1 bottle of water left. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I was like, it's full sun, really warm, we're out exposed, I've got 1 bottle of water and I've got to walk 90 minutes, then spend 2 hours walking around and then walk back. I could do that, but if I'm honest, what I shouldn't do is the longest walk I've done in 10 years after 3 days of heavy drinking while I'm on holiday. I just had a bit of a I just had this kind of maybe a bit of a Final Destination kind of moment where I was like, I have not prepared my body for the amount of exertion I'm about to do by drinking and staying up late and flying and all of this stuff. And I just thought, actually, I ain't gonna do it. And so I didn't. And I got the bus back to Prague, and then I went back to the room and I had a little sleep for an hour, and then I went out and did a load more walking. So I walked. That's the day I walked up to the castle. So I walked 16.5 kilometres. I did 24,000 steps on the day. But I felt like I'd barely done anything. The guys that had done all of the Tissy stuff, even the young ones, like, they were broken.
Welcome back.
They got back to Prague at like 9:30, and they were broken. Most of them went in. It was the last night for a lot of them. It was the Thursday night. On the Friday, some of them were going to this Rusthaven festival, and some of us were going home. So some came out because it was the last night. Some of them just couldn't because they were so broken from the day, But they'd only done they'd done like 32,000 steps, and I'd done 24-ish. But I didn't do all of the steps in one go in full sun with no water after 3 days of heavy drinking, It made sense for me not to do that, Why weren't you carrying 20 beers? Well, I took 3 bottles of water. I don't think beer would have been the answer, but I would like to go to Tissy, but I don't think that's the way for me to do it. So I did over 10 miles of walking on the day. I guess the others were doing more like 15 or 16. But I just had 3 months of no alcohol, and then having on the day we got there, I had a load of beer and shorts and all sorts, and I've been drinking all the time, drinking from lunchtime through the day, every day, and still walking a lot. I did lots of walking every day, but I just sat there. We were in the Bohemia offices, and I sat there thinking, is this really the right thing? I was thinking about people like James Gandolfini and stuff like that, and I know I'm a bit younger than him, a little bit. I was just kind of thinking, am I really being stupid trying to do a longer walk than I've probably done in 20 years right now after the last 3 days? It doesn't seem very smart, so I decided not to do it. Why in the world are they having you walk around that much? That's crazy. Well, Dad Bod, like I say, they got on the wrong bus and then had no choice. The bus just dropped us off, and we were just on some country road miles from the office, so we had to walk. There was no bus that would have got us there. We'd have had to get a bus back to Prague and then get the right bus. So we were stuck.
Welcome
we had
back
to do the walk.
TRMZ Balloon.
But the reason why is that they couldn't put a vehicle on because Tissy military base is fenced off and it's private. It's I'm presuming it's owned by the government now, but it used to be a Soviet-ran military base, and you're not meant to get into it. It's meant to be like no access. So lots of people go there, and like locals go there, and they have like campfires and stuff, and they like stay the night and stuff. Like, but it's not strictly speaking illegal, you know. So they couldn't put on like a bus that was an official trip that took us right there, because then it would be Bohemia putting on a trip to something that's not legal. They weren't allowed. So we had to use public transport to get there, and it was our own choice. Yeah, like Michael Mosley, Jolly. His name crossed through my mind as well. Exactly the same thing. It just didn't seem like a very smart thing to do. And several of the people that then went on the trip told me via message during the trip that I'd made the right decision. You know, some of them were fucking broken. Even some of the ones that are like 20 were absolutely broken. Yeah, as I understand it. Thank you very much for the super chat. Yeah, I think going there by car yourself would be much easier. Cheers for the support. It just says CZK there, but A is the name. Sorry, I couldn't see your name. A, thank you very much for the super chat. Hotfix, dude, thank you for the 121. That's insane, man. Thank you, Zal, Calibu, Mick Road, Lunchbox, J Rutter, Artistic Cat, Wimpster. Thank you very, very much. Alright, can't really remember where I was going. Oh, I'm coming down now. I know where I am. Just going to check the two little hunting spawns on the right here. There may be a scope. How much booger, sugar and strippers did you get through on the trip? I wouldn't be interested in going to a strip club if somebody was paying me to go. And the other stuff I had never done in my life, I'm happy to confirm. I think you probably knew that. Being able to say, no, I'm good, that's a 38-year-old skill. I'm not going to lie, Patrick.
Happy Sunday,
I've never been more content with the decision I've made, ever. There was, like, sometimes you're like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have done that. I'm missing out. I would have really liked to go. I should have done it. I've never been more content with the decision I've made, ever. Like, I was sitting on the air-conditioned bus going back, going, I've done the right thing here. I'm so glad I've done what I've done. And then it was quite nice. I went on quite a long walk from the hotel and walked up to the castle, and like after it had got a bit cooler, and I had a shower and drank a shitload of water and took a new bottle of water with me, you know. And I just, yeah, I enjoyed a nice little walk around Prague Castle. It was kind of cool.
Florida Jeff donated $5. Glad you didn't pull a James Gandolfini on us. What the hell would we do for entertainment?
Florida, yeah. It's such as... I don't know, it may be a stupid way of thinking it, but it is just... So many people manage to overstretch themselves when they go on holiday. Now, maybe I'm a little bit young, but I'm not that many years younger than James Gandolfini was when he died. I think he was in his early 50s. I'm a few years younger than that, but real years. I'm not talking 38, you know, but... it happens to a lot of people. They go away on holiday and they start eating a load more food and drinking a lot more drink, and then doing a lot more activity that's out of the ordinary at different times after a flight and all sorts. And it's, you need to be a bit smarter if you... AI scope, why did I lie? I don't really like to break that kind of fourth wall or whatever wall it is about being a stream douche. So if someone says, are you a YouTuber, I just say no, because nobody wants to watch a video where everyone says, are you TheRunningManZ, and I go, yeah, and they go, oh. So I just say no and try to move on to just being about the game.
Glad you're back. What did you find out from the Prague trip? TRMZ left.
Bowie, I found out from the Prague trip that a lot of people are going to ask me stuff that I can't answer. That's what I found out. There will be an answer, but not today. Paul, did you regret being one of the people peddling? Yes, I did. Yeah, I instantly knew that was a mistake. I was like, what the fuck have I done? Happy Bombs could have done this, and I could have been sitting in the front lazing around.
Last week, what a mess.
I definitely made a mistake there. Oh, dude, Jason, hope all is well. Hope you stayed safe, dude. Thank you very much for coming in. Bowie Maker, thank you as well. Florida, thank you too. I nearly didn't go on the Tissy trip at all in the morning. I nearly didn't go. Like, the night before, one of the devs was talking to one of the other devs and was going, oh, from the offices, it's only a 15-minute walk. And one of the other devs was going, no, I've done it. It's at least 45, 50 minutes at least. It's not... I'm not worried about these times, but it just started to sound like it was a little bit vaguer than it... And it did occur to me that maybe I might have been better off just staying in Prague. And I've got to be honest, I'm glad I didn't do that, because then I wouldn't have known the same as I did.
Nice to see you back. Glad you had a great holiday and could meet some co-streamers.
Thank you,
12-year-old disinfectant always works on bug bites.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea, actually. Jason, thank you. Bowie Maker, AI Knight, thank you as well. Cheers for the support, guys. Thank you. The Armour offices that we went to is the place where they've got their mocap studio, right? And I've seen that studio in videos through the years. I've seen like videos of Dean Hall wearing the mocap suit, you know, that black suit with the ping pong balls on it, not King Kong balls. Yeah, and anyway, I've seen that. So they were actually doing some mocapping, so they had us in there to have a little look at the studio, and there was a couple of guys with the suits on. I think they were recording something for Armour. I don't know what, but nonetheless, it was cool to be in there. It was nice to see that studio, but it was nice to be back in Prague in aircon. That's the original office, is it? I don't even know the name of the town it was in, to be honest. It was in the, oh shit, why are we walking through farmers' fields to get there? I don't understand. That's the name. Someone said, isn't there a convoy near here? The answer was yes, it's there. That's where the convoy would be, on that bend. Well, we know there's plenty of people in the server, because there was like 27 odd in front of me when I got in. Reese, thank you very much for the gifted sub. That's really kind. Thank you. Forest Psycho, Lee D, thank you for the new sub and the resub. Thank you. Did you go anywhere on your own? Oh, not only around Prague, Bowie. Like anywhere relating to real world Chernarus other than Tissy is relatively far away. I did see the real Green Mountain. It's not far from Prague, and it was on the way, so we went past it in the bus. So I didn't get a picture of it, but I did see the Green Mountain Tower through the trees, maybe from, I don't know, about, well, wherever the road is, maybe about 80 metres away from the tower itself. But you could see it through the trees, and you could see it from further away completely, obviously. So I saw the Green Mountain Tower. I didn't get a good picture of it, unfortunately. All I really am after is a hunting scope. I might just quickly nip down to the hunting shop and then sack the rest of this town off. AI scope, you can go back and watch it right now, dude. Like, you can watch, if you want to see the bit where I'm at the summer camp, you'll see me trying to get a shot on you through the window for ages and not getting one, and then deciding to talk because you didn't have a gun out. I was contemplating trying to shoot you in the leg. But you can go back and watch it right now. You're on Twitch, so you just go to my Twitch channel, go to videos, go to past broadcasts, and today's broadcast is there. So you can go back and watch earlier parts of today's stream right now if you want. You can go and see it. Right, I would like a new scope. I'd like an 8x scope. I think I might breeze through the airfield, and I'm not going to loot too much of it, but I might just try and do those boxes at the C-130 perhaps, I don't know, and then hit the other side to try and get somewhere to find a scope. Someone just ran to the left. I don't know which way I was facing then, so it doesn't mean you're wrong, but... Did I vlog it? I didn't record anything that was critical to DayZ, if that's what you're asking, no. It's nice to be just running Chernarus, actually, to be honest. It's kind of cool. Craze, Furious Mouse, thank you very much. Craze, cheers for the Prime. Furious Mouse, thank you for the 20 months. Did you give Amish some good tips on watches? Oh. I'm not going to say anything about the watch, by the way, because it's not for me to say so, but last year, Fresh Spawn John was talking about watches, and he was looking at a couple of different ones, and he was thinking about buying one. And I was very much steering him towards one way or the other, based on what he was picking between. And when I met him for the first time on this trip, I clocked the edge of the bezel straight away, and he so I was pleased to see he'd made a very good choice, personally, I thought. But it's not for me to talk about what that was. Florida Grunt, I'm not doing selfies, dude. To be perfectly blunt, there's a guy that makes videos about a few people here and there, and if I post a picture, he just takes it and then, I don't know, makes me look like Hitler or something for a thumbnail. And I just rather not give the dude ammunition, so yeah, not for me. Let's not mention the guy's name if anybody knows it. I'm not into the drama. I'm really not bothered about. I'm not wanting any blowback on that. So, but yeah, I'm rather keen not to post personal photos because it's just better that way. Is the countryside like Chernarus? Yes. That's something that was cool actually about this trip. Even though I didn't go to Tissy, all around that area, like I tweeted out a picture of a church. That was while we were on the walk to the office when the bus had gone. The bus journey had gone awry. Like you see, like we saw a fire station that was the fire station in the game was based on. Unfortunately, we went past it in a bus, and by the time I'd seen it, the bus was already past it, so it was a bit late. But so I saw the actual fire station from the game, saw the church, one of the churches in the game, a couple of towers, Green Mountain, and like the red and white tower with the platforms and stuff. You know, like there's lots of stuff around that's clearly from it. Can you not get more than one heat buff on Chernarus? Been standing near a fire for 10 minutes. You can, but it's dependent on your clothes, dude. You need to have good insulation clothes, and then you can get more heat buffs. So you can get 3 on Chernarus. The third heat buff doesn't last very long, though, but you can get it, yeah. Got to sit in my chair properly. I'm just going to move forward. I thought that door was open. Maybe it was just the angle I was looking at. It looked kind of open by eye from there. So I don't really want to loot this whole base. What I'm really trying to do is just scoot through to the other side. And then head off to somewhere where I can find a scope for this blaze. But I might as well see if there's any pallets to loot at the C-130. You can't shake fruit from trees, no, dude. The fruit spawns dynamically based on players being in the area, so if you just breeze through a town, you just arrive and no one else is there won't be any fruit. But if you stay in the town, and especially if you're in a group, if you're staying in the town looting for a while, fruit starts dropping on the floor. It is actually possible, every now and then, it's very rare, but if you chop an apple tree down, for example, occasionally you'll get an apple when you chop it down, but it's very rare. The lack of rain through the scope is so fucking weird. There you go there. Well, that's actually good. Hi Lottie, by the way. Hope you're good.
Is it
I
true
can
that
see why you did do
increase
Rust
your
Haven,
stamina
yeah.
while sniping by removing your backpack, thus enabling you to hold your breath longer?
Yeah, you can AA Night. Like stamina is like hold breath is linked to your stamina, so if you drop some stuff to make your stamina higher, you can hold your breath for longer, yes. Even I occasionally remember to do it. I was going to dry these, but what's the point? It's raining outside. You need another gun cleaning kit. You can never have too many gun cleaning kits. Excuse me, sorry. So these tents are actually tier 4 loot. Which means you could get like an SV98 there or an AK. Just these tents here, and then the tents to the north of the airstrip itself are tier 4 loot, as well as the boxes at the 2 C-130s. So last time I was here I got an assault rifle in one of these tents. This time it's a sporter. Clearly someone's been in. I wouldn't mind any helmet as well. Any helmet would be pretty good. Yeah, not the best loot today. Oh, this one's got a lovely load of pallets out. This one behind didn't, but that one's got some. Do you have any opinion on John Jones versus Espinal? That's UFC, right? I have no idea about it. I'm not really an avid follower of UFC. I'd like to be. I really love boxing, and I believe I could absolutely get into UFC, but it's always on so late, and I've never really been able to get into it. There's Tope there as well. I can see you saying hello to Tope, Madge. If you're here, Tope, hello. I didn't see your name, dude. Hope you're good. Have you seen the Pillad scope on the Sporter? It was actually the 2x scope that I've got on my gun already that was on the Sporter. It wasn't the Pillad scope, it was this 2x scope, same as the one I've got. Marksman scope, that's good. Very good if we find an SV98 anyway. MVGs, holy shit. Oh my god. This is fine. Did it rain in Prague? It barely rained. It barely rained. It rained a tiny, tiny bit on like the first day we got there, I think. Need to take the MVGs. Oh, I got the MVG. Okay, I don't need to take those. I actually got killed here. One of the last times I played, I was in that, and I got sniped through the window. Probably should be thinking about an NBC run, but I don't want to. I asked it before, but somebody asked about UFC. I'm sure it was a good question, dude. I don't reflect Steve's opinion about the person asking about UFC. You probably missed it. I'll ask once more. Any love for JLC? Watch his movements seem nice and not out of reach as Vacheron. Absolutely, yeah. They're slightly different to Vacheron. Very, very good. JLC are like one of the absolute master watch houses from a long time ago. They were like 6 like master watchmakers or watch houses, and they were one of them, as were Vacheron. But they are very, very, very good. And they have different levels as well. So they have stuff that competes with Vacheron at like crazy money, and then stuff that more competes with, like, say, Rolex or whatever at lower end of crazy expensive, let's say. You know? But I like them. I think they have a slight issue with the watches they make in terms of how much they cost now. They've like a standard reverso is so expensive compared to what it was 4 or 5 years ago. They've really gone a little vertical on their pricing, I think, personally. But they are great. I'd like a reverso one day. I actually looked in a window at one while I was in Prague, but they're so much money. They will stay up in the Premiership of the promoted teams. I think none of them will, but there's a chance one might, and if they do, I think it'll possibly be Burnley. Because Burnley are going to be, unlike Burnley last time they came up, they're going to be much more defensively minded and playing to the strengths of their... They're not going to have as good a players as others, so they're going to play and hold out and nick wins here and there and pick up points when Burnley wouldn't have done the last time they were up, because they were playing the Pep Guardiola way, you know, like... he was sticking to his principles about playing the way he saw football should be played. But if your team is worse than the other team playing the same way, you're going to lose most of the time. I have a funny feeling if a team stays up it might be Burnley, but I am slightly biased because I'm from there. So, kind of only breezed through the airfield. My intention was not to stay. I'm going to head off and try and find myself a hunting scope. Why did I swap a good mask for a crap one? Because I can fix this one and it's not bright white, that's why. So I can use the sewing kit on it to make it better condition in a minute. But this one's much better camouflage wise than the skull mask, right? Kirkes medical book for Tuesday, that is good news. I can't tell you how exciting it is as a Liverpool fan at the moment with the way things are. Now, it doesn't always equate when you spend this money on players. It doesn't always mean that you're better, but they've just won the league. And alright, they've lost Trent, and Trent's going to be a miss, but Wirtz is, oh my word, I'm really excited for that. Like, might turn out to be a big waste of money, but I suspect he's going to be insanely good, and I'm extraordinarily excited to see how he is. Dan, I can't talk about anything DayZ related that I may or may not have found out while I was away. I think that would go on there even. Marksman scope on the MP5. I'm not sure about that.
Hope things are well. Have a good stream.
Did you try much of the local cuisine? Local cuisine is mainly like chicken schnitzels type stuff, dude. It's kind of fairly simple stuff. So we had meals out quite a lot, but we went to an Italian place. We went to this place where we were staying is in Andel, which is over the river. I feel like it's more where the locals drink in more often. Could be wrong, but that's the way it feels, right? It's not in the touristy bit where everything's like twice as expensive, you know. If you're having a beer in the town square, it's 150 Corona. If you're having a beer in Andel, it's 70 Corona for the same beer, right? So, like, the prices are massively different. And, anyway, yeah, we were around that area. We went to a place on the first... Well, the first night we went to this food hall place called Manifesto. The second night we went to this place around Andel that does, like, Chinese dumplings. They were amazing. I don't even like dumplings, but they were really good. So we just went to like restaurants in the area, but they weren't necessarily local. I had like one of the most common kind of local dishes is just like potato and chicken schnitzel kind of thing. I had that on the day we did the pedalo thing. It was actually really, really good. It was in this touristy one though, like it was right by the St. Charles Bridge. So it was quite expensive for Prague, but it was really good. It was great, actually.
Happy Twitch
Rat,
anniversary
thank you.
of TheRunningManZ. Welcome back from holiday.
Cheers for the support, dude. Miley, thank you very much. J-Will, thank you. Dan, J-Boy, Ragdoll, cheers for the support as well. AI Knight, thank you too. the Humvee? Much further down than I thought. Cheers, Rat. Thank you for the very long one, dude. Thank you. You can use duct tape to fix the balaclava. I know. I'm just leaving the airfield. I've got a sewing kit as well. There was just a shot to the right. Someone asked how much I'll be on.
Welcome back to TRMZ Lab.
Not crazy long, as per the title of the stream. And I've already been on 2.5, just over hours, but I feel like this is it's feeling like a one live stream, so maybe 4 hours, maybe 3, depends how it goes, but I am slightly struggling with my leg being under the desk at the moment. No massive drama, but I've got I got bit by an insect of some sort a few times on my left leg on Thursday, and one of them is fairly badly infected. And I had to go to the doctors last night and get antibiotics, so I'm feeling a little bit like running a slightly higher temperature, and I'm meant to be keeping my leg upright, and instead I'm sitting at a desk with it down at the floor, which is not so smart. Quite a lot of shots. Those ones are over towards the castle, actually. It's more red. It's not really oozing so much. It's more red and like really blotchy and about 4 or 5 inches wide. But it's kind of mottling around it where it's kind of spread a bit. Like yesterday morning it was a bit smaller, and then yesterday evening it got wider, and I could also feel I was getting a tiny fever. So I had to ring like 111 in the UK, and then they got me a... I have to say that was really good. People moan about the NHS, and I moan sometimes too, but I rang 111 and they asked me what it was, and then they got me to a local out of hours GP. I had an appointment for 8:15. I got there at 8:05. They were ready straight away. I walked in, they took one look at it, they prescribed me the thing. The chemist was around the corner, so it cost me just under a tenner to get the prescription of antibiotics, and like the service was amazing. So as much as we moan about them sometimes, it was amazing, like how well it was, how well it went. It was really good. I've been using cortisone bite cream for a couple of days, Bibbo, and I also hydrocortisone, and I also take antihistamines for hay fever already, and neither of them are helping. I don't think poking it with a knife would even help, dude. It's more like on the skin, like a rash that's concentrated, than it's just like burgundy red and angry as fuck. I don't think it's more on the surface than underneath. Shots all over the place at the moment. I might head up this way for a sec. I think it probably was a horsefly. I think that's what happens. Like, when I went to the thing last year with the camping, I made sure I took like little wrist and ankle bands that you can wear to keep the insects away, and I didn't get bit once the whole time. I didn't know I was going on any outdoorsy trip this time, and I didn't bring them with me. They're actually still at my old house as well, so I haven't even got them. But nonetheless, I could have bought some more, but I just didn't think about it. And yeah, I should have done something about it.
TRMZ Reaper.
But I think it's like I've had to have antibiotics for an insect bite 3 times now in like my lifetime, and they all go a bit similar to this. And I presume it's one insect. I think it's a horsefly, but I think it's one insect bite that tends to do it to me. Sorry, that's my alarm. That's my time to take another antibiotic alarm. I've got to take them 4 times a day. So I best go and get one from the other room. Yeah, the graphics might be better outside, Acid Freaker, but the dangers are much real, aren't they? That's the trouble. Fallen, thank you for the 6 months. Chopper down, Sparmat, Rat, thank you as well. Miley, thank you as well. Right, won't be long.
Shots to your right. The tension is real. LOL.
Close shots to the right, eh?
Yippee-ki-yay.
Doesn't even sound like a firefight. Sounds like bullshit. Not even going to go towards that.
Paul, you missed many shots of a firefight close by to the right. Maybe 100 meters. What face?
That last stuff doesn't sound like a fight in the slightest. Sounds like a lot like the shots I was getting last week. Before I went...
TRMZ, you know Orion's belt? Big waste of space, huh? Didn't like that joke? That's okay, it's only got 3 stars.
I thought the galaxy was on Orion's belt.
Afternoon, man. Hope Prague was good to see boots on the ground again.
Sergeant Zeal, dude, thank you. Zippadelli, thank you. Mickey, thank you very much. Devon, Lizzie, Georgia, Fallen, thank you very much too.
Some for the optic cables. Hope you're having a great day, TRMZ Cart TRMZ Lab.
Lupin, thank you as well.
Did the fly have a giant horse cock? That's always a good way to tell if it's a horse fly or not.
I wasn't really looking at any appendages at the time, dude.
Wow. The Twitch app still has this awful UI. I'm glad I've been watching with YouTube Premium.
Mike, cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. There's a dude in bright yellow there. I think that was maybe bait for me, perhaps. But yeah, there's a dude in bright yellow there. That's kind of a cool outfit. I only just saw him for a split second. Not having a proper long-range scope is not helping me here too much. I'm going to have to back off a bit here. I feel like those shots weren't a firefight. I feel like they were possibly trying to find me while I was AFK. Could be wrong, but it may well have been. It wouldn't be the first time, would it? I just hope it's a legit player and not like we had the other week, you know, that would be good. We had someone sort of teleporting around from one valley to the other week a few times.
TRMZ card.
Tree looked kind of cool. See that's yeah, it sounded a bit like last week. I hope I'm wrong. Saracen, cheers for the 25. Apfel, thank you very much as well. Mike, Turd Burglar, Lupin, Sergeant Zeal, thank you very much too. It may well all be legit as well. We'll have to wait and see. It shoes. Well, I think I'm turning the 1440p off soon enough.
Welcome back, Mr.
It is.
Hope
It doesn't work in every country, unfortunately. The 1440p stream is not for every country, and you have to do stuff with your browser to make it work as well.
Keep on running. TRMZ love.
Beach, dude, thank you for the 29 months. Cheers for the support. Russia as well, thank you. Well, that's reasonable. That's not a bad sign. Well, I need to go and get a better scope. That much I definitely discovered just now. I can't... This 2x scope. I've made some really good shots with a 2x scope, but it's not got enough range. Why did I just do that? Doing work. Honestly, why? Because last week I was getting fucked around with... Last week I was streaming by a hacker quite a lot, and every time I logged out from the server they killed me, so I just thought I'd have a little try, you know. Also, maybe if I am intending to log out, and I do that every now and then, they might not know when I really am intending to log out or not too. That could have been legit. It could have been legit. Fluorescent yellow NBC outfit is certainly an interesting choice, but a fucking cool one if you're running around with it. Obviously, I'm a little bit sceptical after the other week, you know. TheRunningManZ, cheers for the 4 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Weather in Prague was great. Yeah, a little bit cooler than yesterday in the UK, but it was like perfect most days. It wasn't unbearable. It was just like 26 Celsius, 27, maybe 28 tops. It was mid to high 20s. Really, really lovely. When you were gone, it was just a single shot getting closer every minute or so. 35 Celsius, what, in Prague is it? Blimey. There goes the combat log that suits you. Well, I'm sorry to tell you, Danny, but that's not what happens, is it? It isn't what happened at all. I didn't even log out. Chill your beans, dude. And then I explained why I did it afterwards as well. Sounds like, the shots sound like bullshit to me. Stanky, cheers for tuning into the videos. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming in for a stream as well. I think I might just go across, try and get there quicker. You played a charity football match in 30 Celsius. Fuck that, Lord Cannibal. Fair play for doing it. Just bought a bottle of Red Best 12. What's the best way to enjoy it? Straight. And with no one else around that can have some. It doesn't need anything, dude. Red Breast 12, just straight. Don't need any water. It's not like really high ABV or anything. Straight as it comes. On a scale of 1 to fuck me dead, how much did you like bowling? I won our little group of bowling with some ridiculously low under 100 score. There was 6 of us and I got like 90 or something and still won. That's how much I enjoyed it. Here's the thing that's weird about bowling. I've never liked it, but when I was a kid I used to get, well, as in like 14 or 15, I used to get like 140 or 160 or something, just like when I was younger. Like, as an adult, I just detest it, and I normally get about 120 or less than 100. Yeah, oh shit, dead zombie. I didn't exactly have a whole load of fun doing it. It was alright though because we're in a big group. Like, bowling's okay if you're in a big group. What I'm surprised about is that there's a dead zombie but doors closed. I'm starting to wonder if perhaps the dude's over by the medical. Never bothered fixing the other balaclava, we'll just take that one.
Hey dude. Hope you had a good time even after the bite. Great to see you back online.
I really thought I could vault that. I'm gonna need some food. Cheers, Hurricane. Thank you. I did have a great time. I'm really glad I went. Well, this has been looted, but the cabins had not. Just the tip. It's only an insect bite, but it's infected, so I'm on antibiotics. I took a picture when I went just now to get one. When I'm not starving or whatnot, I'll try and show it on screen so you can see how brave I am with my owie. It's not that bad. It really ain't that bad, but it's a little bit tender. Some people close the doors after leaving. Aldred, if they close the doors after leaving, they tend to close the doors wherever they go. Not leave all the doors open at the medical, but close the doors somewhere else, right? So it feels like this bit wasn't looted, and the medical was. It's quite rare that somebody closes doors, but only here and there. Because then it doesn't really achieve the whole point of closing the doors. Right, I'm going to need to kill an animal of some sort, I think. Yeah, it was a pistol scope back at the thing, yeah. You got bit by a black widow, did you? Fuck that. This is how
Almost
Spider...
3
Yeah,
years.
unfortunately it wasn't
Time
some
flies. Hope
like-
you had a great trip.
science spider, as far as I know. There are no black widows in the UK. We don't really have anything that can cause you a great deal of harm like that. So we only have one venomous snake, but it's only very mildly venomous. It's called an adder. But we only have one venomous snake, and its bite doesn't kill you. Like, even if you didn't get treated, you'd be unlikely to have any problems. It's just, it would be like worse than a wasp sting, but that's about it. Yeah, it's just bullshit. That's the same dude. Oops, might as well use that.
What does the fox say?
It shows, yeah. This is the last stream I'll be on 1440p on Twitch anyway. Like, as per the title, when I get some time to set it up in the morning, I'm going to go back to 1080p anyway. Too many people have the problem that you're having where they can't make it work. Some people can't watch at all. Some people just can't watch on Twitch anymore because of the new codec and the way it works. I just... It's just too much of a ball ache, and not enough people are getting the benefit from it, and it's so I'm going to switch it off. I'm just coming up this way to see if there's a convoy. Urban, yeah, cheers for coming in, dude. It was really fun. Doesn't look like there's a convoy. No. There is some loot from a previous convoy, though. But we did just miss one. MP5 at a convoy. What an absolute con. What a like... That's like daylight fucking robbery, isn't it? You get more money from YouTube subs or Twitch subs? For me, roughly, I think the split, the revenue split is the same, 70-30. Watching a YouTube channel that would be of interest to you, Full Line Ridge. What's it about, Mike Tanner? Mongrel, I went yesterday afternoon and watched 28 Years Later. I really liked it. I think it's getting kind of mixed reviews. I like it. I'm not a huge fan of the original ones. I don't think they're bad, but I actually quite enjoyed watching it. I thought it was decent. I liked the way that they've done it. I liked the story. I thought it was good. There was a few like leave your brain at the door kind of moments, but I thought it was decent. I quite liked it. Any chance we'll get a Muller team up soon? I should imagine there'll be a Muller and Sour team up fairly soon. I think Sour is coming back to streaming fairly soon, so with any luck we can get one going. 28 Days Later has not aged very well. No, I don't think it
Glad
was
you're
that
back.
amazing at the time, but
TRMZ.
you have to bear in
Have a
mind
good
that
one.
it was quite novel at the time. You know, like up until then, zombie films were very, very different. You know, it was one of the first ones that was. It introduced a few things, like maybe others have been like it, but it did it a bit. It explored a little bit more about how, in an apocalypse, maybe it's the people that are the problem and not the zombies, and a bit less George A. Romero, a little bit more like novel in the way it did it and the way the zombies ran and a few other things. You know, it was a slightly different type of a film. It was relatively novel in a few ways, but yeah, I don't think it's the best film ever either. Florida Grunt, I'm going to struggle to list them because I'll probably forget people. There was a few people that posted pictures where you can see everyone, but I'll forget people if I try to list them. I don't know. On Twitter you can go and see a picture. So my matches are wet, which is why I'm having to use these. In the new film, they do call them zombies, Tom. At times, they call it. So they're not really judgy about calling them zombies. So yeah, Holly Rex, Lexify, both of the Fresh Spawn, Sour Sweet, me, Minder, Ariana, Lady Adventurer, Geek FPS, who's her other half, Mr. Gibbon, Trey24K, Amish Z, Joito, Happy Bombs, me, and I'm sure there's others I've forgotten already. Gibbon was cool, yeah, Gibbon was pretty cool. Mr. Gibbon came from TikTok and has done really well in his streaming on Twitch, and but it was kind of cool to meet different creators that had come from different places and like different kind. It was really mixed in terms of the different people there. It was kind of interesting. I really enjoyed like meeting different creators with different ideas, and it was kind of cool. Or it was kind of sad to answer, but it's true. Like. Alright, Frankie, well, a lot of the people that went last year got asked this year, but they asked a load more people. I wonder why Taupe doesn't attend these events. Taupe went last year, Zulu. He was just unable to attend this year, so Taupe would have gone. You don't need a vitamin for fox meat, no. Food set on the ground cools faster than in your inventory. That's alright. I've got to wait near the fire to dry my clothes anyway. I'm a bit confused why they invited all the content creators but didn't actually promote anything while they were there. Seamus, last year they invited people over, gave them a presentation on Sakal, and then they were under NDA, and they were given a set day when they could then announce what they'd seen. So last year that's what they did, and you have to imagine probably this year's going to be similar. I do like Staropramen. Yeah, I don't really like Pilsner Urquell, but Staropramen's decent, and Kozel's good as well. I don't really like Pilsner Urquell. It has a bit of a funny taste. Can I load my 1 AK mag in? Yeah, 1 AK round into the mag, absolutely. I don't know if it made any difference, really. Hearing steps. Hello? I just hear a step. Hello? I heard you out there. I heard steps just after. I did just hear steps. I've turned my sound up a little bit. No, it might be a zombie. There's a zombie behind and to the left. Prague was great, Wizam. Yeah, I really like Prague. It's a really lovely city. Like, and it has, let's say, a bit of a seedy underbelly, but all cities can have, like London certainly does, France, Paris does, whatever, you know, like. But I think Prague's great. I really like the. There's something for everyone in Prague, and the beer and food is really cheap. The people in Prague, like the regular people that you meet, are on the whole, are really good as well. I think there's kind of like a just kind of feeling of being happy to be free kind of feeling that's still left over from when they were ruled like under Soviet rule. That zombie actually scared me for a split second. Like they became free in 1989 when the Berlin Wall fell, and it feels like they still celebrate that every day, kind of. So yeah, I don't think there was anybody here. I think it was just the Zeds. Smalls, I can't answer any question about whatever I saw, dude, for obvious reasons. Can he send you my grandma's earpiece? No, Carlis. If you can find a cure for tinnitus, I'm all ears, literally. My issue is not my hearing. My hearing is actually pretty good. Except for the fact that I get ear ringing from playing DayZ for 40 hours a week, so I have to run my sound abnormally low. I have got a crazily good set of headphones. Unfortunately, I keep my sound low to try and stop myself getting this permanently every day. And I fail at that pretty much. It went away while I've been off streaming, but it'll be back again tomorrow.
Liverpool is cooking next season with the signings so far. Isak soon?
Oh, God. I don't think they'll get Isak. There's been a lot of paper talk about it, but I think that's all it is. I know the Newcastle fans will be shitting. He's not going to go. We got Champions League. Why would he go? But I think it's a step too far money-wise. I just don't think that's going to happen. But Mark Gahey is looking a possibility, and I really rate him. I think he'd be a really good signing as well. But we'll see. But yeah, Nat, thank you very much for the support. It is like the signings they're making. Like, it's the way it's looking is the most exciting window I can remember as a Liverpool fan. Distant shots. Liquid, dude, we'll have fun on Anastara. Very cool. We're actually kind of heading towards where those shots came from. were you excited with what you saw in Prague? I'm not going to say anything about the date. I was excited with the city of Prague, yes. I was very excited with the city of Prague. I really enjoyed meeting all the streamers. I ain't going to answer anything about the game, dude, because it's just like a hole I'm not stupid enough to fall in. Liverpool spending way too much. How is it fair to the other clubs? Absolute bullshit. Ched, they have to adhere to the same rules as everyone else. They're not spending way too much. What are you talking about? They last summer they bought a goalie and Chiesa. They haven't spent a great deal of money the last 2 or 3 years, and the financial fair play rules work on a 3-year cycle. And so, like last summer, they signed next to nobody. You know, this summer they're going bigger. It's both ears, David. You can't really, like, place it. It's just, like, in my head, like, both ears. Liverpool are nowhere near the top spenders. And certainly the last couple of signings will have made a big difference to that, but they're nowhere near the top spenders in the Premier League for the last 5 years. You just broke the British transfer record, so that doesn't like Man City spent 100 million on Jack Grealish. You know, like Moses Caicedo went to Chelsea 2 seasons ago for 115. You know, like Wirtz is an attacking player. I actually think Moses Caicedo is a great player, by the way. I wanted him to sign for Liverpool, but Wirtz is the Bundesliga Player of the Season 2 seasons running. He's only just turned 22. He's a German international, and he looks like the real fucking deal. And at the age he's at, he would seem cheaper than Caicedo for pretty much the same money. Like, it's still crazy money, and it might turn out to be a bad buy. He might get injured, or he might be terrible. But if he lives up to the hype, he'll be crazy. Who do you support, Ched1? I just feel like you're a bit jealous because Liverpool spent the monies, you know. But yeah, I think it's a guaranteed 100 million with 60 million of add-ons, which is stupid money. But if you want to buy effectively like the most exciting attacking midfielder in Germany right now, maybe along with Musiala, you're going to have to spend the money. That's how it works. They're also going to be selling as well, Ched. You know, it looks like Kwanzaa's going to go. It looks like probably Harvey Elliott, probably Nunes are going to go. They are going to recoup some as well, right? What are they even at? That could be wolves. That's not a wolf. I shouldn't be going anywhere near these shots. I think this is the same dude all along. I bet this guy's got a yellow outfit on. Of course I'm jealous, I'm a United fan. So you're having a go about spending. I'm pretty sure even still in the last 5 years United have spent more money than Liverpool. So you are just talking through the eyes. just because nobody wants to sign for United right now because you're where Liverpool were in the 90s. So yeah, if an agent's got a stat there about net spends that shows Liverpool's is considerably lower than United's for the last 5 years, for example. I actually think Amorim is going to do an half-decent job if he can get some of the players in he wants. I genuinely think he's going to be pretty decent. We'll see, though. Rexler, I think you're shopping at a slightly different level than you would have been. Even the dude that you want that's coming from Brentford may well look like he's going to go and follow his manager to Tottenham instead, you know. Like, I know I'm touching a raw nerve, but you are shopping at a slightly different level right now, like Liverpool normally do. You know, like, there is a truth to that, partly due to money and partly because as much as Man U are massive, too many years not in the Champions League and too many years of it not seeming like it's going to turn around does make that carrot slightly harder. Being the biggest club in the Premier League doesn't last forever. It didn't do for Liverpool in the early 90s. It ran out. That is bullshit. How much a week is the guy you signed? Was it from Wolves getting? I think he's getting crazy amount of money per week. Though,
Bought
isn't
my
he?
first over $100.
Not coming on he's not coming for charity.
Citizen
He's getting a
Pro
crazy
Master
big
Sky
wage.
Hawk. Happy 15 months.
I think that's bait. I think that dude is baiting massively. Right, that's a 2-time scope. We need the hunting scope.
95 not out. Hope everyone is well. TRMZ left. TRMZ left.
Be interested to see. I do think Amarim's going to do a decent job, but United's problem has been getting the signings to stick. You know, like the signings they've made, too many haven't hit the ground. You know, like they seem to have signed too many problems or people that the manager then falls out of and whatnot. You know, like maybe different manager and a different approach will result in different outcomes. You know, it certainly needs to happen for them. I don't know if this dude's going to show up or not. There's a lot of zombies here, or there was. Dane, seems to be a whole lot of football talk on the stream most times. Well, I'm English, dude. It's our #1 sport, you know. I watch American streamers. You hear them talking about American football or maybe even NASCAR or whatever, you know, but people talk about what relates to them. It just happens, dude. I honestly think the shots we're hearing is the bullshit beta from before. As much as everyone's slagging off Chernarus at the moment, I think he's just trying to fix 15 years of shit. I don't think his track record of running football clubs is massively great from his previous runs. Like, the teams he's been involved in have not necessarily set the world alight, but I don't know, it's hard to be impressed with the whole let's keep Ten Hag, let him spend a load of money and then sack him straight away, you know, like they should have sacked him in the summer and not let him spend more money on players that then got pissed up the wall, you know, like I guess that's easier said in hindsight, but I was saying it beforehand as well. So I've been saying Ten Hag wasn't the right man for the job long before the summer was over. You know, like he's made some mistakes. He may well be cleaning up and improving them financially and making lots of right calls, but they've still made some bad decisions on who the manager is and how long they stay. NASCAR isn't even in the top 5. I know that, Nathan, but I still hear American streamers talk about what interests them. That was the point, dude. I know it's not the most popular sport in America land, but people still talk about it, believe it or not. I've heard it. Very easy to say that now. Well, I was saying it beforehand, Ched, so anyone that's regular viewers. Some of the people talking about stuff right now were defending Ten Hag when I was saying he weren't up to the job and he should have been booted, and anyone that's been a regular watcher knows that this is not me talking after the fact. I was saying it straight after they won the Cup the year before. They had an embarrassing season in the league, lost something great, like really bad amount of games in the league, and I was like, he ain't got it. He doesn't sound like he knows what he's doing. They're not playing with any kind of a plan. They don't seem to know what way to play. He doesn't seem to have a way to play. I was saying that way before he ended up getting the boot, dude. It's not new. I'm not sure where this beta guy is. I do think he is the same guy. I don't know, but I'm just going to keep running around the edge for now. And hopefully he can fuck right off. Geo, thank you for the very long resubscribing indeed. 95 months. Thank you, Wasteland. Thank you, Jockles. Thank you as well. Bosola, cheers for the support, dude. How long did you go without headphones before you read stock? I don't know, Smalls. Probably, I guess 3 or 4 days. But I didn't notice it at first because unfortunately I get so used to it that you just kind of get used to it, if that makes sense. But I feel like it was probably 3 days-ish. No zombies down there that I can see. Do I have high blood pressure? No. Ched1, you're just talking as if a fan of the team, and that's great, but yeah, it's easy to have an opinion, and then later on you can use hindsight to say that your opinion was correct. That's how it works, right? If Tempeg had gone on to do really well and took United to glory, then I'd be the first to admit I was wrong, but I wasn't. So, yeah, it's easy to have the correct opinion when it turns out you had the correct opinion, yes. Stone on the ground there, we might be following someone.
My wife and I went for
Oh
food
my
for our
god,
first
that's
8
an
dates
on-trend
before
joke,
going to
isn't
the
it?
movies.
The joke's about
We had
10 years
dinner,
too
dinner,
late.
Dinner, Batman.
Sorry guys, one sec. Just messed up my second monitor on something. There we go. Yeah, I did say it once earlier, Banana, but yeah, you're right. I didn't say the thing. I did realise afterwards, but it was too late. I didn't say the thing. I actually ought to eat this sketty. And I've got a can of Fronta. Matt, thank you. Cheers for the support, dude. Thanks for coming in. Cheers for the kind words. I won't read them out. Just blow my own trumpet. I don't know, Ryder990, by the way. I just seen your question. If you want to enlighten me, you go right ahead. There's a funny comedian with the name, I think. Juggy, I'm not going to talk about world events and politics and war and shit, dude. It's a bit heavy for a stream. No zombies. Why no politics? Because we're a DayZ stream, dude. If you want to talk about politics, you can go to Reddit or some shit. So I'm still getting followed by the same dude. I just think, like, talking about really serious world events and stuff and playing a video game. I know I'm not sure, people might not be here for the football talk, but I'm actually interested in the football. And I quite like talking about non-serious world events, like how bad Man United are, you know, like, but serious world events, religion, politics, stuff like that, they don't belong in a game stream. I'm no expert, dude. I'm no expert about Man U, I just like winding Rexler up. The new marksman scope does not fit the blaze. I wish it did, but no, it doesn't. It does, however, fit that. It also gets utterly tedious as well. Like, I know I have opinions on things, but not about stuff like that. Not that I want to share here. I just don't think it works. Like, there's just, like, I'm no expert on world events and stuff, right? I'll talk about things that I feel passionate about talking about or interested on, but far too many people that are streamers are busy trying to get involved in politics and drama and subjects they don't fully understand and are not very well versed on. I just think that's not really what I'm here for, you know? I don't really think it's... like, if I wanted to be a reporter or a journalist or something, I'd either try and study to be one, or I'd just go and start posting shite on Twitter, one or the other, you know?
Tell me all. Can you tell when or if the next event is planned?
Teacher, I don't know when the next event... If you mean like a DayZ event, I don't know. I'm just going to switch servers, guys. It won't be long. Teacher, cheers for the support. JR, thank you very much as well. Cheers for the tier 3. Thank you as well. Erpa, thank you very much for the support. Captain Mike, thank you for the prime. Right, let's find another server to go in. Got some decent gear now, that's good. I would really like some of that Prague beer. That would be good. I have to say, I really like the local beer. For some reason, I can just seem to drink it and not get too much trouble with gluten. I think they're lower in gluten. I don't think they're gluten free, but just the beer on tap is quite cheap and good. I do like it. I think it's just the local Czech branded beer is pretty decent.
TRMZ coin.
Is this waiting screen inspired by the Day of Dead? No. In the bottom left-hand corner, you can see the Running Man game for the Amiga 500 on the screen, on the computer screen. And then it's just zombies. With the music is inspired by GoldenEye, but with my theme tune. How much is a pint on average? If you're in the cheaper areas of Prague, about 70 koruna, which is... I think I was paying 74 koruna, the one I remember. So what's that? 74 Czech... £2.55. And you get, it's not quite a pint, you get like 50ml. But £2.55 in like a capital city of Europe is pretty good. Like you'd be paying like a tenner for that in London at least. King Daddy, thank you for the 26. Teacher, JR, Erpa, Captain Mike, Benbow, Harry, thank you very much as well. Harry, hope you're good, dude. Thanks for coming in. Why am I changing server seasoned? I had someone following me for about, I don't know, an hour, just like shooting bait shots constantly.
Nothing like an ad to remember your prime. TRMZ.
Yeah, I didn't actually like
TRMZ
Pilsner
Lab.
Urquell very much, Spud, but Kozel, Kozel, was really good. Light and dark, I liked them both. And Staropramen, which I think is also Czech, was good too. But Pilsner Urquell, every time I had it, some places only do that. One or two places were better than others, and you get that with all bars, right? But it just had a slightly chemically aftertaste I didn't really like. The others are much cleaner and nicer. I really liked Staropramen of the lagery ones, and then Kozel, the dark beer, was
Why
good.
do birds fly to warmer climates in the winter? It's much easier than walking. TRMZ lurk.
Why would a beer have gluten? Because it's made with barley, isn't it? It's made with grain, so it's not distilled, so it's got grain in it. So gluten is a protein in grains like barley, hop. I don't know if hops have it, but wheat certainly. So the grain that they use to make the beer has it has the protein in it, so it goes into the beer really, and it's really easy absorbed as well because it's in a liquid form. So you don't even have to digest the grain or anything, right? You're just getting it straight in. So beer is one of the worst things for gluten because it's in there, like the protein's in there, like liquid form.
Good morning from sunny Los Angeles. Blue skies, beautiful day. Have a good stream.
Good morning to you, Sloth Dad. Cheers for the support, dude. Hope you're well. Thanks for the 6 months. Of course the political stuff's everywhere, Dane, but that's why people go to streams partly, is to, like, get away from, like, shit like that, you know? Diagolon, thank you very much for the support. Really, really appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Sorry, guys. Give me 1 sec. Trying to fix something on the second monitor. Well, can't find it. Can't find it. Still can't find it. I give up. Right. Okay, we've got that there. Get this bad boy loaded. Get a few more out. Lord Solus, yeah, I feel like triple carrying is worth it for now, just so I can use the MP5 for killing Zeds, to be honest. I haven't really noted exactly where I am, but the shots were this way, so I might as well head towards those for now. I think the shots are in Cherno City, somewhere, or near Cherno. This is the road towards Kozlovka, I think. I don't know where those shots were. I don't think they would have been in the apartments. We could just go and overwatch the tents this way. Yeah, Diaglon, thank you very much for the gifted memberships, dude. Really, really appreciate it, man. Thank you. I could really go a bundle on a beer or three right about now. I'm not drinking obviously now again, but like I was saying, I'm on these antibiotics for my leg. Nothing major, infected insect bite. But yeah, you can kind of get used to having a few beers a day. It's very good, especially if it's sunny and you're out in the sun a lot. You know, it is good stuffs. Should we go off towards Zelenogorsk, maybe? I wouldn't mind trying to find a mag for this gun, and we ain't going to find one down there. I think I'm going to go off towards Zelenogorsk.
Love watching you, my guy.
Shanks, dude, thank you very much. Cheers for the... thank you for the gifted membership before that as well, dude. Thanks for the... gifted membership on YouTube and a resub on Twitch. Dude, thank you very much. Well, I'm not a massive beer drinker, Viking, but in the right circumstance, especially in a pub on draft, it can be really nice. On a hot day in the summer, I really do like it. I kind of miss not being able to have it. How about the Alexander Isak rumour? It's just paper talk, I think, dude. I think if Liverpool could muster up such a crazy amount of money, I think he would go. And I know Newcastle fans aren't going to want to hear that, but I think if they offered the right money, I think he would go. But I think Newcastle are well within the rights with him having a good contract to hold out for so much money that it's prohibitive to it happening. I just don't see the money being there. Like, it's going to be far too much, like 150 million plus. I just don't see it.
Month innings.
There are gluten-free beers, Sloth Dad, but I'm not a big beer drinker when I'm at home, so if I'm going to drink beer, it's more when I'm out, you know, like, and then it's a little bit harder to find. There's a load of alcohol-free beer now. All of the pubs in Prague have got like 2 or 3 alcohol-free beer on draft.
Keep running, dude.
Crispy Ninja, thank you very much for the support, dude. Thank you. Cheers for that, Ninja, dude. Thank you. Yeah, they like HB was not drinking. He was having alcohol-free beer mostly, or other things, but he wasn't drinking. And he had quite a few. And I tried one on the last day. Obviously I had to drive the car when I got back to the airport. So I had lunch and I had a gluten-free beer because I didn't want to have any alcohol. I had 1 glass of red wine in the airport because I had like access to a lounge. Not because I was with DayZ and I'm a streamer, but because of my credit card. It gets me into a lounge, right? So I had a couple of small glasses of red wine. That's why I didn't pay for one. I just thought I'd have the free alcohol when I got to the lounge because I'm a bit of a bad flyer. But anyway, yeah, I have to say it tastes really good. The alcohol-free beer has moved on a lot. it used to taste like piss water, you know, like it tastes like beer. It's alright. I can't remember what one I had. I think it was Staropramen. In fact, I know it was. I think it was Staropramen alcohol-free. And it tasted really good. I think it's quite sugary, though. It's healthier for you in that there's no alcohol, but it's still pretty... It's like drinking soda, you know. It's got quite a lot of stuff in it, but for having no alcohol, it tasted remarkably like beer. It was pretty good. They still have gluten, though, so... Man United, Arsenal, Chelsea, Liverpool. Yep, there's some teams. Thoughts on Guinness? I'm not the biggest fan, to be honest. Occasionally I'll have one, but it's not my thing.
Keep running.
Before they tried to make beer without alcohol, now they make the beer and take the alcohol out. Yeah, that makes sense. Czechs have superb alcohol-free beer because it's 0% alcohol allowed when driving. Oh, okay. They have zero tolerance to any alcohol, so that makes sense. Are we doing another dementia stream this year? Diagolon, yeah, they'll. I'm sure I'll do another charity stream. They're normally in December. No Budvar. I didn't see Budvar on tap anywhere I went. It was all Staropramen, Kozel and Pilsner Urquell pretty much everywhere. And there was another one called Uteke or something like that. That was okay too. That was pretty good. Something like that. Uteke or something similar. That I had some of that too. That was alright. Topper's just saying apparently Guinness 0.0 is very nice. And then somebody on YouTube, Shame, Guinness 0.0% is the best of the non-alcoholic beers. Well, there we are. Is Taylor's of Harrogate good tea? I think it's alright. Yeah, I like Yorkshire Gold. Yorkshire Gold for me, please. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Guinness. I've had it a few times, but it's never really been my... It's a bit thick and it's a bit too much like dinner Guinness for me. It's like drinking soup, alcoholic soup. I understand why some like it. Ish seems to like it. He was drinking Guinness a little bit while he was away. While he was in Prague, right? But no, it's not really my thing.
Your best of luck. Let's go Yorkshire Gold.
Yeah, absolutely. Yorkshire Gold all the way, dude. Wondering if I can get this. Yeah, okay. That's kind of handy. Did you try the Czech beer, you fleku? I don't think so, dude, no. I had some kind of fairly fruity IPA in this manifesto kind of. It's like there's one alcohol, there's one beer bar, and then there's one bar for cocktails, and then there's like about 12 different food stalls. It's quite good. It's quite good for an evening out. But during the week it shuts at 10, which is way too early. But anyway, I was drinking something in there that was some kind of IPA. That was really, really good. I forget the name of it, but I had that a few times. That was lovely. Upgrade. Still turned out nice again with the rain, didn't it? There's a fire down there. It's actually not a bad house for a fire. I don't think I can overwatch it too easily. I think that's the wooden building with a fire in 2 different parts. You can make a fire in this end or the far end. They're probably in the far end, but we'll see. Where's the dude? Not in the well. Hello? I heard something then. Well, someone lit the bastard fire. There he was. I think you were looking at a zombie, Francois. I saw a zombie. I didn't see a player. Gonna go out the other door, but it made less sense than made more sense in my head than it did in practice, let's say. Unknown, cheers for the 60 months. Shanks, thank you very much for the 900 bits. Holy shit, triple dipping with the tip-in, dude. Thank you. Cheers, Shanks. Let's go Yorkshire Gold. Damn straight, dude. Thank you. Dear Coria, Turbo, thank you very much as well. Crispy, thank you too. JR, blimey, that is pretty good if you've never had a combat logger before in that many hours. Ever thought of trying a flight sim? I did play one when I first got a PC just to see what it looked like, but the problem with the flight sim is that you're actually meant to simulate flight and it's actually quite dull. Like, I guess there are ways to do it, but I know I'm playing DayZ right now, which is like rich when I'm talking about being dull, but it's really kind of much more about the takeoff and the landing and not much in between if you're going to like effectively do a full flight. But I'm sure they have like scenarios and things which are more interesting, and maybe I should have a look, but I don't know. I feel like that farming simulator Muller was talking about would probably be more fun. I just feel like you could like get a combine harvester or a tractor and just go and fuck shit up. I actually do need to try and find myself a helmet for these MVGs. That would be really good. Francois, thank you very much for the new sub. Really appreciate it, dude. Unknown, thank you as well.
How is the legs after your sporting activity? TRMZ.
My legs are pretty good, aside from the infected insect bite. That's not so great. I'm on antibiotics as of yesterday evening for that. Euro Truck Simulator is quite a popular one as well. I've watched a few people stream it. I'm always baffled that it is exactly like driving a truck, you know. It just sounds so stupid, but that's all well and good. But like when you're in a city or something and there's stuff to do, but maybe when you're out on the open road for you kind of need a fast forward option. It's not polite to call Ish an insect. I can definitely confirm that I've not been infected by Ish's bite. Right, any chance of a convoy here? There is a convoy. Are you sure he didn't chew your leg while you were asleep? I don't think so. I feel like I would have noticed. You're not into Football Manager? Not since they got a bit complex, Tissimo. No, I like the early ones. Premier Manager 1 is the golden era of Football Manager games for me. They're a bit too serious now. Like far too much like backroom stuff and like way too much in-depth things about advertising hoardings and all kind of stuff that I'm not interested in. A little bit like with racing games, how they all went a little bit too far on... I know some people love this, it's just that I don't, right? But a little bit too far on what's the best loadout. Someone's been here, unfortunately. Like, you can't win a race in Formula 1 in the right mode unless you set the car up for the particular track and change everything about everything and whatnot. And that's great if you're wanting to do that kind of car nerdery, but it wasn't really my thing. And likewise with the football stuff, it started to feel like you were like deciding what fucking I don't know, what soup was going to be available on the menu for the players' training and how much seasoning it was going to have and shit. Like, you know, when it gets a little bit too far away from make a few decisions, play a match, make a few decisions, try and sign a player, try and coach a player about something, play a match, you know. it started to get so long, like, and drawn out, and it was just a bit much for me. I really like Gran Turismo 1. It felt like you could make a few tweaks, but it was quite simple. I know the roof of the Humvee can spawn stuff. Ideal. Unfortunately, that had been looted to fuckery. You know, like there was no point checking it. It's pretty much the same as you see there, dude. It's just that the 2 extra settings are high. Predini. I can't really bring the settings up when I'm this close to Green Mountain. So I actually saw the real Green Mountain for the first time close up the other day, but Thursday it was. But yeah, the settings are the same as that, except for those 2. That they changed the way that they the top 2 of the middle setting are now high. You'll have to pause it, okay? Pause it. You can pause it. These 2: terrain visibility, object visibility. You can pause it or you can go back, but there you go. I did it. Developers of No Man's Sky are making a survival game where you can explore an entire planet. Very cool. So presumably there's more chance of bumping into someone if it's more planet-sized rather than like solar systems and whatnot, you know. Just threw something. Hello? That's what got thrown. Somebody's up the tower and threw the gun down, I think. John Woozer, thank you for the 33 months. PG Timey, thank you very much too. Winnie's, Francois, thank you very much as well. I'd quite like to see the F1 movie Redline. Yeah, I'm not sure when. Like, it comes out in a couple of days, doesn't it? I quite like the IWC Ingenua that they've brought out. They've brought out a slightly different colour green dial, and it looks kind of nice. Oh, this is starting to feel like our boy from the other server, if you ask me, but I don't know. Might as well show you set face fairly quickly. I ain't on for very much longer. Would you ever consider doing another streaming room tour? Maybe. I don't think it's... I know some people are interested to see it, but they don't do brilliantly well, and it's not something that I particularly enjoy making. If I'm being honest, like I don't know. I'd rather get my teeth into a passionate video that dissects why the official spawn system is broken. That would be something I'd be more passionate to make, if that makes sense. You know, like, but. I'm not going to say never. It's not actually that much different. I have got a new monitor than the last setup, and I'm using a single stream rig, but it's still basically the same kind of layout. Microphone, 2 PC monitors. It's not actually that exciting, you know. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Right, I really am going to go this time, guys. I'm feeling a little bit under the weather, like I was saying before. But right before I disappear, I'll bore you with a picture of my leg. It ain't that bad, but bear with me, and I'll... I took a picture when I went to get the antibiotics. I think I did. I not send it? Yeah, leg picks. It's exciting stuff. You're going to be orgasming. Yeah. Documents. Yeah, it's not that big of a deal, but this is my leg. This is why I'm on antibiotics. Look at that for a sexy leg, no doubt. So that's where I was bit, but this bit here, it's all dappled and it's sort of spreading a little bit out. I don't know how big that is. That's like, but it's quite tight, and it's not that bad, but having it low under the desk for 4 hours has actually made my ankle a bit swollen and a bit sore. I'm meant to be keeping it up. I don't know what bit me. I have no idea, but I got bit by it 3 times. I think it was probably a horsefly. But yeah, it's pretty something or nothing really. But I reckon another few days of antibiotics will be gone. But yeah, I need to get my foot up on a cushion or something because it's hurting under the desk. So I've managed to do 4 hours. I think that was okay. It's a shame we didn't get more action. We had a little bit in the early stages, a little bit lackluster in the end. I will be back again tomorrow, though. Hopefully kind of early-ish for me, like midday, roughly, something like that. That's it for me, guys. I will be back again tomorrow. Have a good one. Take it easy. Thanks a lot. Love you. Bye. Oh, I missed out Sir Stars and Dimuda, maybe. Thank you for the support.